I'll record it, but you're going to miss the first few minutes of it. And we'll be talking about that later on today. That if you are doing whatever and you're thinking, well, I'll just miss class today and then watch the recording, I'm not going to be doing this every day, recording the lesson and putting it up for people. You need to come to class. All right, listening to the language as somebody else is speaking it. The guy said, Mahone, you're being dogmatic. Now, see, the next couple sentences the man said, I really didn't pay attention to because I was busy doing what? Trying to figure out what the hell dogmatic meant. Is that a bad thing? Did you just call me a dog? What did you just say to me? So we lost communication right there because I was so busy focusing on the one word. We need to be able to listen to the language without getting ourselves in that situation. Well, Mahone, this young lady is going to need a hysterosalpingo oophorectomy. So go ahead and call down the da. And I'm like, what? Wait, back up, doc. She needs a what? See, that's what we need to avoid in our communication. We got to be able to listen to the language. And then lastly, think, analyze, break down. It has several terms in the textbook for this part. Think, analyze, something. The gist being, think about it. Look into those words, pick out those word parts, assign meaning to them, and then decide what the word actually means. Now, one thing that I'll tell you right now that many people have a problem with is that, and if you speak Spanish, you might not have a problem with this. We usually, when we are defining this, for example, to a patient, you would say the second part first. This word breaks down into spleen, enlarged. So literally you would say spleen enlarged. But when you're talking to somebody, your granddad has an enlarged spleen. And if you speak Spanish, you or Japanese or Chinese, you may not have as much of an issue with that. Okay. Like somebody say wet floor for me in Spanish. Wet floor.
Piso mojado.
Now, doesn't that literally mean floor wet? But you wouldn't say that in that way to somebody. So what does piso mojado mean? It means wet floor. So you say the second part first. So the term is the same way. And why is that? Spanish comes from Latin. And so does medical language. They have the same origins. Matter of fact, most languages on the planet come from Greek or Latin. And you'll also see that if you speak Spanish, there'll be some word parts that you already recognize. For example, the one y'all just used, wet floor, piso. The piso form. This bone forms the floor of the wrist. The bottom, right down there, the piso form. So some words you'll recognize if you speak Spanish already. Another one I think is, verde, which means green. All right, so those are the 5 parts of medical language. We need to be able to read it, write it, speak it, listen to somebody else speaking it, and break it down, analyze it, think about it. So a sample test question here would be, which of the following is not one of the 5 parts of medical language? Okay, so the people I'm looking for are Karanisha, Esmeralda, Erica, Jaime is here. Jasmine is here. Vanessa Pargas. What's going on with her? And Selena Puente. Did I see you come in? Selena, there you are. Okay, let me go ahead and do this email right now. Okay, I got that, Selena. Let me pull that over here so I can read that. Well, let me do the email first, and then I'll read that on break. To today is 8 slash, what's today, the 19th? 19th. And we are missing all right. And again, that's why I want to do that where y'all can see it. So you see what names I'm sending in. Once again, Butler, Claudio, De La Rosa, and Pargas. If you're here, say so now. All right. And go on and send that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break. It's 9 o'clock. Come back at quarter after. Now, you know what? Make it 20 after because I need to deal with these emails. So come back at 20 after. That gives us about a 20-minute break. right. I'm back. Good to see y'all. Uh, where's Talisha at? Talisha, you back yet? No? Okay. All right. All right. Anyway, um, guys, when you are doing virtual classes like this, I was thinking about this at break. When we do virtual classes like this, what y'all really lose out on is the interaction between you and your classmates at break time and stuff like that. So don't be shy about unmuting your mic and talking to your classmates on break time and that kind of stuff. Get some dialogue going back and forth between y'all. Is anybody a Facebook person? Anybody? Okay. And think about starting a Facebook that you're just for the class that y'all can get in and talk about Mr. Mahone behind his back and that kind of stuff. Anybody else think Mr. Mahone an asshole? So just the interaction between students is what you're going to miss more than anything else as far as school goes. There are lifelong relationships made during school. My wife and I met in school, and again, been married 37 years. So that's the thing that I feel bad about for y'all, that you don't get that on-campus interaction between you and your classmates. Okay? So somebody might think about starting a Facebook. They had one last module between the students, or the previous module, 1 and 2, I don't remember, but it seemed to go really well for them, where they could ask questions, they could go in and vent, but oh man, it's too much homework. Or what did you get on this? Or has anybody done that homework yet? How did you do it? That kind of stuff. So anybody who is into Facebook might think about starting something like that for you to interact a little bit more with your classmates. Talisha, is that your family you put up the picture of? Go ahead.
Huh?
Was that your family that you put up the picture of?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know what picture you put up there? You know what?
No.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, if it's on the back of my Facebook thing, yeah, but
how many kids you got?
5.
5?
Yes, sir.
Who can anybody say hoochie? All them freaking kids. Boy.
5.
Anyway.
I have 3 boys and 2 girls. My oldest is 12, and my youngest is be 5 in December.
Oh, okay. All right. My grandparents had 15 kids, y'all.
Oh,
my
wow.
my dad has 8 brothers and 6 sisters. It's a bunch of them. So I have over 100 cousins out there in the world. So anyway, I'm just saying, I'm not making any judgments. So anyway, so those are the 5 parts of medical language. Know those. Be able to pick something that doesn't belong in that list. Which of the following is not one of the 5 parts of medical language? All right. So let's start talking about these, or this term right here. This appears in your textbook as well. Let me find it. Move it back over there. The new student was a mistake, so we got that ironed out. And there's the word right there. I can zoom up on that a little bit. The word is pronounced etymology. And there's your definition. This is the study of word origins. Know that for your tests. Etymology, the study of word origins. And it's also right there in your slide. Etymology, the study of word origins. Now, what does that mean? Okay. When somebody, how many of y'all have ever said this? When you thought that somebody wasn't being genuine with you, in other words, they're trying to pull your leg or trying to get over on you, you might have said something like, "Are you kidding me?" Have you ever said that to somebody? "Are you kidding me?" Or "You must be kidding." Why do we say that? When we think somebody's not being genuine with us, why those words? "Are you kidding me?" Why do we say that? All right. The etymology of That phrase, what are you kidding me? Actually comes from the Old West during the California gold rush when people were pulling California gold out of the hills and bringing it down to town. All they had was gold nuggets and gold dust. So when you wanted to buy a drink, you had to give somebody gold dust. And that wasn't very accurate. I mean, damn, if they could, and actually, they hired bartenders based on the size of their fingers. Because what you would do is you would reach into their gold pouch, you pinch out a bunch of gold dust, and that's the payment for their drink. So one of the things that you would look for in a bartender is how much can you raise in a pinch? You ever heard that phrase before? How much money can you raise in a pinch? That's what they mean. How much can you raise in a pinch? How much gold dust can you pull out of that bag in a pinch? So it wasn't very accurate. So what they did was all these gold mints started springing up on the West Coast, private mints, where you would take your gold and they would mint it into coins for you. But there was no standard. Whatever mint you took it to, they minted it into the coins that they made there. And there was one mint in Northern California that was minting gold coins into 5-cent coins. But they didn't put 5 cent on the coin. All they put was a 5. So they stamped the coin 5, and it was worth 5 cents. A person named Joshua Kidd figured out that if I go up to Northern California and I buy as much of these coins as I can for 5 cents a piece, take them down to Southern California, I can pass them off for $5 coins. And he did that. And did it so much that it became known that he was doing that, there was somebody doing it. So if you walked into a bar with a coin that the bartender didn't recognize, they might look at it and say, are you kidding me? In other words, are you trying to pull a Joshua Kidd on me? Ask your parents or grandparents, and they might be able to tell you back in the day what they used to say. Are you joshing me? Have you ever heard that before? Are you joshing me? Joshua Kidd comes from the same origin. So that's the etymology of that phrase. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to pull a Joshua Kidd on me? And they eventually caught him and hung him. But anyway, that's etymology, the study of word origins. Where do these words or phrases come from? And in medical terminology, the two main origins for medical terminology are Greek and Latin. So there are two questions there. What does etymology mean? It's the study of word origins. And what are the two main origins for medical terminology? Greek and Latin. And again, you see that in your textbook down here. Particularly Latin and Greek. So those are etymology and the two main origins. Now, Greek is still a spoken language today, but Latin is not. You can still learn to speak Latin, but those people who are learning to speak Latin out there are people who are going to teach Latin to other people. It's not a language that any culture speaks anymore. It's a big part of the medical and legal language is Latin. So Greek and Latin are the two origins, but you also see that there are some medical terms that come from French, Dutch, German, and even English today. For example, restless leg syndrome is a medical term that's coined in English. We know what each one of those words means. Restless leg syndrome is coined in English. So Greek and Latin are the two main origins for medical language. All right. So two questions there, that word. Now later on in the same test, you're going to see another word really similar to this one, and the definition is really similar. Don't get the two mixed up. And when I bring up the other word later on, I'll remind you of that. Etymology, the study of word origins. And the two main origins for medical terminology are Greek and Latin. All right. Medical word parts. Now we said there are 5 parts to the language, but 3 parts to the words. And those 3 parts are referred to as being the root word, the prefix, and the suffix. And we will start with the root words. The root words usually make up the foundation of the term. And they typically refer to the body part we're talking about or colors. We'll go to the whiteboard. The colors are listed over here. We'll go to the whiteboard and look at some body part examples. And some of those might be one you may have heard of before. Cardio. This means heart. But we'll talk about the /O and what that means here in a little bit. So cardio is heart, as in cardiomegaly. Spleno is your spleen, like in splenomegaly. Hepato is your liver, as in hepatomegaly. So the root word indicates the body part that we're talking about. And some more would be like naso, opto, oto, oro, cranio, cervico, or excuse me, cephalo is the head, cranio is the skull, cervico is the neck, thoraco is your chest, acro means your extremities, arthro means joint, gastro is stomach, and the list goes on. So the root word usually indicates the body part that we're talking about. And in medical terminology, most people, when they look at a medical term, will seek out the root word in there first. So what body part are we talking about here? And for example, if you're looking at cardiomegaly, the first thing you'd search for is the root in there, cardio. So this is something about the heart. Megaly, you might remember, means enlarged. So this word would be defined as enlarged heart, enlarged spleen, enlarged liver. All right. Now, root word means body parts for us. And all of those are going to be coming at you in a list that I'm going to give you today. So it's not important as to write those down today or right now, because you're going to get a list of all of these. All right. But the root word can also indicate for us colors. For example, erythro. Anybody know what color that is? Erythro is the color
Red.
red. Leuco?
White.
White. Verdo?
Green.
Green.
Green. Probably know that one if you speak Spanish. Melano?
Black.
Black.
Jondo?
Yellow.
Polio? Ah, yeah, I thought y'all was smart, didn't you? Just ran on. Oh, I know what that one. I know that. Polio. What does that mean? Ah, gray.
Gray.
Gray. Cyano
Blue.
is blue. So those are the most common colors. Cardi, I'll mention here a little bit later. Those are the most common colors out there that we use in healthcare. So the root word can indicate the color. For example, erythrocyte. Cyte means cell. This word means red cell. Or erythroderma, red skin. Leukoplakia, white tongue. So they give us the colors of something. All right, so and we'll be using all of those terms through our lessons. All of those colors are used at least once in our lessons. All right, so the root word, it gives us the body part or the color. Now, the rest of that down there, what is that telling us? Telling us about that /O. What's that there? What that's there for? Okay. The O is called a combining vowel, and it's used to add suffixes to our root word. I'll tell you how to do that a little bit later. We saw again, leuko, or let me ask you, what if you were on the ward or in the clinic and you said, hey, Mahone, what's going on down in room 7? Cardio. Cardio. Yeah, cardio. Cardio what? See, the root word can't stand by itself. It's simply saying a body part. We need to say what about that body part. Is it enlarged? Is it infected? Are we going to take it out? What are we doing with that body part? So cardio by itself is not telling me anything. Mahal, what's going on down in room 7? Heart. Heart what? The root word can't stand on its own. So every root word will have a suffix attached to it. And the O is a mechanism for us to attach that root suffix at the end. Okay? And we'll talk about how to do that a little bit later. So that's a combining vowel. It's used to combine a suffix like megaly to that. Cardio, oh, they have an enlarged heart. Oh, okay. So now I know what's going on in room 7. Cardiomegaly. Okay. So the most common combining vowel is O. And that's why you always see that cardio, hemo, erythro, leuko, and so on. Oh, the most common one is O. Occasionally we'll use I, like cardi, which also means heart. So why do we need cardio and cardi both to mean heart? I'll explain that later on. But the most common combining vowel is O. And this is a equation that you should know right down there at the bottom. The root word plus a combining vowel is a combining form. So up here, eryther is the root. Erythro is the combining form. If you take a root word, add a combining vowel to it, that's called the combining form. So from now on, that's all we'll use. All of these over here are combining forms. Root word with combining vowel attached. Combining forms. So that's what we'll be using from now on. You'll hardly ever see a root word written by itself without that /O. And we will talk about the rules for adding suffixes and that type of stuff as we go. Matter of fact, on the next slide. So I'm going to give you a list of approximately 40 root words and then test you on those. And those 40 will be the foundation for thousands of medical terms. All right, so that's what a root word is. It appears in the form, and it usually refers to the body part of the colors we're talking about. Histero. Anybody know what body part that is? And
Womb.
I'm using this one because it has an interesting etymology. What did somebody say? Hystero means what?
Womb.
Isn't it liver? Oh no, you're right. You're right.
To
The
remove.
uterus.
Uterus.
Yeah.
Hystero refers to the uterus. And the etymology here is that back in the day, when they believed, you know, women would lose their cool, but men don't. Men are supposed to maintain their cool. Only women are the ones that just, oh my God, oh. They become what? Hysterical. The word hysterical means pertaining to the uterus. Because men didn't lose their cool like that. Only y'all did that. And you can watch them old movies back in the day where the lady be losing her cool. Oh my God. Oh, 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 oh. And the man would do what? The man would slap her. Pow. Oh, thank you. I'm okay now. My wife would be like, I wish you would. Whatever I'm losing my cool about, I'm going to redirect that shit on you and kick your ass. So anyway, every now and then I tell them, oh, you better stop and come over there and smack your face. Oh, I wish you would. Call the police on you, take all your shit and put your hands on me. So I can't imagine somebody losing their cool and just walking up and slapping them and thinking that's going to snap them out of it. But that's what you see in old movies today. Somebody just walk over and slap the person and they come right out of it. Come out of it and kick your ass. I know you didn't just hit me in my face, punk. Anyway, so that is, again, another example of a root word, hystero meaning uterus. So if a person was to, if we were to do this, hysterectomy or hysterectomy, what are we doing?
Removal of the
uterus.
Yeah, we're doing something to the uterus. But what happened to the O? Remember that? It was hystero. So why isn't this word hysteroectomy? Why hysterectomy? That's the rule for adding suffixes, which we're going to be talking about right now. So the root word can't stand on its own. It needs a suffix to further describe what about that body part. So the next word part then is called a suffix. Suffixes are added to the end of the word. And as a result, you can recognize a suffix when you see it because it'll have a little dash just like that. Let me write it big. Little dash right there, indicating where the root word would be attached. So the root word would go right there, replacing the dash. So suffixes always are attached to the end of the word. And you can recognize a suffix by the dash telling you where the root word would be attached. A little dash on that side. All right. Now suffixes will tell us the disease or state that the person is in and or the procedure that we're going to do on them. And there are a couple examples over here. Itis. Itis is a disease. And you can itis anything. Anything can be inflamed. For example, and that's what itis means, inflammation or infection. So anytime you put itis on the end of something, it means that that thing is inflamed or infected. And do y'all remember a word part that we've used in class already that had itis? We used them yesterday. Hepatitis. Arthritis. Appendicitis. Splenitis. Carditis. Otitis. Rhinitis. Anything that's inflamed or infected. It's the most common suffix we use is itis. It gives us a disease, inflammation or infection. with that damn dog on a leash and get him out of my yard. Maybe I shouldn't be sitting by the window for distraction. But anyway, megaly is an example of a state, something that's enlarged. And again, megaly of almost anything. Cephalomegaly, enlarged head. Cardiomegaly, enlarged heart. Hepatomegaly, enlarged liver. Ah, wait a minute. What the hell just happened? Hepatitis. What happened to the O? We used it over there. So what is the difference between itis and megaly? Why did we use the O here, but we didn't use it over there when we put the two together? What's the difference?
Because it's in between two continents.
Ah, this one starts with a consonant, and that one starts with a vowel. That's why O, no O. And we'll be talking about that as we go. It just happened, and I just brought it up since it happened that way. All right. Or procedure like stomy or tomy. That shouldn't be stomy. That should be tomy. A procedure like tomy, to cut into something. Tomy means surgical incision. So anytime we cut into something, we might call it a tomy. For example, tracheotomy, to cut into the person's trachea. So anytime we're cutting into something. So that's an example of a procedure we're doing on somebody. Another example of a procedure would be graphy, to make a picture or record of something, like electrocardiography or electrocardiography, to make a picture or record of their heart activity. So that is a procedure. Another one would be ectomy, surgical removal of something. We're going to do something to you. Or scopy, to look at the thing with a scope. So all of these are procedures that we're doing on somebody. So the suffix can indicate disease, the state that the person or the thing is in, or the procedure we're going to do on them. All right. So now, let's get the 3 word parts, and then we're going to practice and explain that rule for adding suffixes a little bit later, and we'll get some practice on that, on doing that. So that is what a suffix is, attached to the end of the word. And you see the example there, arthro plus itis. Stupid computer keeps separating itis into it is. Okay, that's a root word with a suffix that we're going to add to the end. So the suffixes appear at the end of the word, and they indicate the disease or state that the thing is in, or the procedure that we're going to do on it. And a sample test question here, which part of the medical term indicates the disease or procedure? Your suffix. And the third medical word part is prefix. This appears at the beginning of the word, and you see the difference. The dash is on the other side. With a suffix, the dash appears on this side. With a prefix, the dash appears on the other side. It tells you where the root word would be attached. And this is actually a prefix, fixed to the beginning of the word. So it goes on the other side, and the fix goes right there. So you can tell a suffix or prefix when you're looking at it, because a dash appears on this side of the term as opposed to the other side like a suffix. All right, now what do prefixes tell us? Some medical terms will have prefixes, some won't. For example, carditis. It has a root and a suffix. Doesn't need a prefix, but we can have one. And here's one right now. Endocarditis. That's a prefix. So the medical term can have a prefix, but it's not necessary. All medical terms will have a suffix though. So what does the prefix do for us when we want to put it on there? Prefix can further define the term. And we just used one. Mahone, what's going on down in room 7? Carditis. Oh, so they got infection in their heart. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. I know what's going on in room 7. But if I want to be more specific, I can say endocarditis, an infection inside their heart. Oh, damn. That's not good. Yeah, they got infection inside their heart, endocarditis. Or pericarditis. Anybody remember what peri means? Around. They have infection around their heart. Oh, okay. So I can be more specific by adding prefixes to the term. Carditis, okay. But if I want to say it's inside their heart, around their heart, I can further describe that using prefixes. So as you can see, the ones we've just used give us a location for the thing. It's not just infection of the heart, it's infection inside their heart. Gives us a location. Suffixes can also give us direction. You see, y'all may have heard pre, meaning before, and post, meaning after. They give us time, but they can also be in front of or behind, give us location. So these do overlap. Pre can mean a time, like pre-op, but it can also be a location in front of something, prefix. So directions and locations usually overlap, meaning one or the other. For example, a direction would be a directional term, superior, supra, meaning above, infra, meaning below, giving us a direction to go. Prefixes can also give us time when something's happening. Like we use pre and post, before, like prenatal means birth. So did anybody take your prenatal vitamins before birth? Did you know that there are actually post-natal vitamins? Things that you take after birth to get your body back to peak functioning again. Prenatal, before, post is after. Okay. Neo is new, like in neo, natal, new birth. I think you might want to work with neonates, newborn babies that are born under birth weight, respiratory issues, any of that, in your prenatal ICU or postnatal ICU, or neonatal ICU, excuse me, NICU, neonatal intensive care unit, NICU, newborns. So those all giving us time, before something, after something, something's new, the time that's being given us. Now, some of this stuff y'all may have used before in your life. but don't know it. Like when we write time, why do we do this? What's that AM, PM? What the hell is that? We know what it means. AM is in the morning, PM is in the evening. But why do those two mean morning and evening? You ever think about that, did you? No, because nobody ever brought it up. They just told you AM means morning. Why does AM mean morning? See, that's me in school. And why the teachers hated my ass. They say, you put the 8 o'clock and then you put AM, that means morning. Why does AM mean morning? And 99% of people out there couldn't tell you. It's Latin. Ante meridian. Before noon. Ante means in front. Like right here on your arm, where we draw blood from, that spot right there is the antecubital, the front of the elbow. Ante-meridian, before noon. And PM, post-meridian, after noon. AM, PM. And again, it may be useless information, and 99% of people out there in the world couldn't tell you that. Why AM means morning. It's Latin, ante-meridian, or post-meridian. So prefixes can give us time that something's happening. Pre, post, neo. Prefixes can also give us number. How many of them there are. And the numbers aren't very, the list isn't very long, so we don't put the list. When you were a kid, they gave you this thing that you sat on and you pedaled. And by the way, pedo means feet. You pedaled the thing. And it had 3 wheels on it. What did they call that thing?
A tricycle,
Why try?
because it was 3.
3 wheels. Try means 3. So when you see words like triglyceride, how many are attached there? How many of these are there? 3 of them. Or trigeminal. How many branches to that nerve? 3. Triceps. How many muscle heads are on here? 3. Try. All right. When you got a little bit older, they took that one away from you and they gave you the one that had just 2 wheels on it. And what do we call that?
Bicycle.
Bicycle. Because bi and die both mean 2. Anybody ever played a board game that had dice in there? You see, dice is a street name. If you read the instructions to the board game, it will say the player will cast the die, because there are 2 of them, not dice. Dice is a street name. All right, you got a little bit older and you've grown now and you want to go out hunting. So you're going to buy that thing that has 4 wheels on it. What is that called? Oops.
Quad.
Quad means 4. Like in quadriceps. How many muscles are involved in this group? 4. Okay. Now, if you join the circus, you might get that thing that has just 1 wheel on it. And that's called a unicycle. Uni and mono both mean one, like in universe. How many verses are in this thing? One. Some people believe there's a multiverse, several universes stacked on top, but uni meaning one. All right. Now, as we get to 4, or as we get up into 5, we usually we don't go into pento and sexto and dot, dot, dot. Anything more than 4, we typically refer to that as poly, which means many. Like in polycystic ovaries. How many cysts do they have on their ovaries? More than 4. Polycystic. Polycystic kidneys, same thing. They have more than 4. They have a lot of these things, poly. All right, so those prefixes give us the numbers of things that are happening. Can be 1, 2, 3, 4, or many of them. And they're not just used to, like I said, with quadriceps, that's 4 muscles. Triceps, 3 branches on one muscle. Polycystic, several of them happening. All right, so those give us numbers. So prefixes indicate for us location, direction, time, or number of things. And again, know that for your test questions. Which medical term or which medical word part indicates location, time, number, or direction? Your prefixes. And how do you recognize a prefix when you see one by itself? The dash appears on the other side of the word. All right. So those are 3 medical word parts. As a review, your root words, giving us the body parts and colors. The most combining vowel is O, or most common combining vowel is O. And when you see a root word plus a combining vowel, we call that thing the combining form. Whenever you see that /O on there, it's combining form. Talked about suffixes, which appear at the end of the word. You can tell because the dash appears on this side of the term. And they indicate the disease or state or the procedure we're going to do on the thing. And then the suffix. You can tell the suffix by the dash appearing on this side of the term. And they indicate for us location, direction, number, and time. All right. You know why I like being home so much? Because I get to sit on my pillow. Oh, yeah. Now, this is my sleeping pillow. I better not have gas because I sleep on this pillow too. And I want to be going to work carrying my pillow under my arm. So anyway, I like sitting on my pillow. When you get old, you'll like sitting on your pillow too. All right. So what is the combining vowel all about? I'm going to go to the whiteboard and we're going to do a couple of these. So get something to write with, something to write on. Scratch paper, not necessarily your notes. And let's do a couple of these, adding some of these together. And I'm going to use the word part spleno as our root. And we're going to build a couple of medical terms with this root. The first thing I want to say is I want to say this patient, and spleno means spleen. Okay? The root word is spelled with 1 E, but the organ is spelled with 2. I don't know why that is. It just is. Okay? So spleno refers to the spleen. And I want to say that this person's spleen is enlarged. Oh, wait, first, let's say their spleen is infected. The root word that indicates, or the suffix that indicates infection is itis. So how would I put this together into a medical term to write in their medical record? Okay. We're going to start by looking at what the suffix starts with. In this case, the suffix starts with a vowel. And since this suffix comes with its own vowel, we don't need that one. Therefore, we would put this term together as splenitis. And y'all, I don't know why I write crooked like that. I just do. I do that on the whiteboard at school too, so it's not this pad. When you look at my whiteboard, students are looking like this. Miss Long, you write crooked. Yes, I do. Leave me alone. So splenitis. The O gets dropped. We don't need it. The itis has its own vowel right there. Drop the combining vowel. So if the suffix starts with a vowel, drop the combining vowel and put the two together, splenitis. Now, because they have splenitis, that's caused their spleen to enlarge. So we want to say their spleen is enlarged. That's spleno plus megaly. Now, in this case, you see that the suffix now starts with a consonant. So we're going to keep that vowel and put it together as splenomegaly. So not only are we going to keep the combining vowel, but we're going to pronounce it and pronounce the word as splenomegaly or splenomegaly. So that's the rule for adding a suffix to a root word. You start by looking at what the suffix starts with. It starts with a vowel, you drop the combining vowel. If it starts with a consonant, you keep the combining vowel and pronounce it in your turn. All right, so let's try one on your own. Do it, don't say it out loud, do it, and then we will confirm whether you have it right or not. And we're going to use the root word arthro plus algia. Go ahead and put that together as a medical term and see what you come up with. Oh, yeah, look good tired today. Ugh. Arthro plus algia. Should have something that looks like this. Arthralgia. No O. Why did we drop that O? Because algia starts with a vowel. Arthralgia. All right, so try this one. Same root. Arthro plus denia. Arthrodenia. It's a pretty simple rule. If the suffix starts with a vowel, you drop the combining vowel, put the two together. If the suffix starts with a consonant, you keep the combining vowel and put the two together. Arthrodenia. All right. There will be 4 of those on your test. The way it will be asked is, which is the correct combination of these 2 word parts? And you would have arthro plus denia, and you'll have 2 choices below. Arthrodenia or arthrodenia. And you'll choose which combination is correct. You look up here, denia starts with a vowel. The answer should, or consonant, the answer should have an O in it. Arthrodenia. That's the correct answer. So you'll have 4 of these questions on your test. 2 word parts, prefix or root word and suffix, asking you which one is the correct combination of those 2. Do you use the O or not? And start with right there. What does that thing start with? Start with a vowel. There shouldn't be an O in the answer. If it starts with a consonant like this one, then it should be an O. And there are some homework questions asking the same thing. And yeah, we will go through the homework before we finish today. All right, so that is how we use the combining vowel. Used to add suffixes to the root word. If a suffix starts with a vowel, you'll drop the combining vowel. If it starts with a suffix, you'll keep the combining vowel. And by the way, I didn't mention this, arthrodenia and arthralgia mean the same thing. They both mean pain in the joints. Okay, so that's the rule for adding combining vowel. Again, you'll have some practice of that in the homework, and then some of them will be on your test. Now, there is an issue in healthcare that has to do with this right here, and that is this root word. Cardio plus itis. Y'all should be able to pick out a problem here now. Anybody see a problem with adding these 2?
3 vowels. Too many vowels all
What's gonna
connected
happen?
together.
What's going to happen when you follow the rule? Itis starts with a vowel.
Cardi ends with the I.
And when you put the 2 together, put those 2 I's together, and you pronounce the term cardiitis. People thought that was stupid. So the World Health Organization actually met on just on this term, or it was one of the topics during one of their meetings. What do we do for cardiitis? And after that meeting, they came out with this. Cardi, which also means heart. So that's why we have those 2 roots. So now when you do it, cardi plus itis, carditis. Just so you don't have to say cardiitis, carditis. So, and we only use this version of cardi when adding itis. It's only for that. So that's an example of a root word or a combining form that has I for the combining vowel instead of O. Now, that's why we did it, So people felt stupid saying cardiitis. So they gave us this right there so that it'll be carditis. But, wait a minute. What are you going to do here? Fascio plus itis. What are you going to do? See,
Do we drop the I and O like you did with arthritis?
I didn't drop. Remember, I didn't drop the I and the O. That's not what I did. I used a different root word. Remember, I didn't do this. CARDI/O plus itis. I didn't drop both of those. I didn't even use this one. I used this one instead. Cardi. So I'm not, you never drop two letters. You only drop the combining vowel. So I couldn't drop the I over here because it's not a combining vowel. It's part of the term. So they made this for us. This one right here, they didn't do that. Nobody complained about this one. So the World Health Organization never met about this one. So what do you do here? That starts with a vowel, drop that vowel, and that's correct, fasciitis. See, the World Health Organization never went and said, okay, well, here, y'all, use this one instead. They didn't do that. So that doesn't exist. It only exists with CARDI because that's the one that they had the meeting on. Nobody complained about saying fasciitis. So plantar fasciitis is correct, but cardiitis is not. They met on this one. They didn't meet on the other one. So it's just one of the quirks of the medical language, guys. You'll learn them as you use them over and over again. And unless you go to work for a cardiologist, it'll probably never come to bear for you, except reading it somewhere. All right. So you see that the language is not like 100%. The rules don't apply in everything across the board. But when you see a root word, you never drop part of the root word, just the combining vowel. So if you need to use it that way, the I becomes the combining vowel, and you drop it instead. And the O never appears on there. All right. Now I've been drinking my bottle of water, so I gotta, hit the bathroom. So let's take a break. It's 10:15. Come back at 10:30. And remember, don't be shy about talking during break.
March or jog in place. And when you're ready to go, jump back in. Are you ready to go to the speed of fire? We're gonna march, get those knees up high. Oh, everyone. Get those knees up. All right, guys, we're gonna start. Work that body. Work that booty. Come on. You can do it. All right, we're gonna vertical walk with a little let's go. Here we go. Keep working it. Woo! Oh, look how the opposite arm, opposite leg. Couple more, keep it going. You got this. It's up and down. All right, back in the squat jab. Oh, squat jab. You can do it. You can do it. What the quad? Come on. You can do it. All right, side boxers. What you want to do? What you want to do? What you want to do? And an elliptical. Here we go. I'm going. Come on. Work it. Work it.
I think that's D's.
All
That
right.
time.
Everyone catch your breath. Here's the last part to the top. And you breathe deep.
Somebody need to mute the phone.
And down. All right, get ready for squat, jack, jump. Feet out.
Sounds like the children are enjoying that video game.
Yeah, for real. I don't think they know that their mic is on.
My little one plays a lot of games, but he's not allowed to get that loud.
Yeah, I have a little sister-in-law. She plays live and she gets pretty loud, but not like that.
You can do it. You can. Do it. Feel the burn.
Yeah, you gotta limit them sometimes. But right now, I mean, most children aren't used to being home so much, so I guess that's their only outlet right now.
Give yourself a high five. Yourself a high five. Clap yourself. You did it. Let's get ready. We're going
Yeah.
down. All right, we're just gonna
Oh, dear.
take deep breath.
Do you have little ones you're homeschooling, or I'm not sure, what is it? Y'all are doing virtual learning too now, right? The public school system?
I think that they're on the 24th of August.
Ooh, roll to the neck, guys. Oh, roll it around. Stretch. Stretch out. Stretch out the neck right here. Reverse.
Stop, baby.
Roll it out. And
I hear a baby. Who has a baby? Me.
Oh, baby, I see the baby.
Cutie. Thank you.
He's quieter than my kitties. My cats don't leave me alone when I'm on here. They're trying to jump on my computer. I'm sure y'all seen them a couple of times.
I have
Yes.
kittens. I have kittens too, and they want to get on my desk.
Yeah. The mama just had kittens a couple of days ago, so now we've got a whole nother litter. Yay. And we only started with one male cat. My daughter started feeding the strays, so they all come, the neighborhood cats. But one in particular decided to stay. And she was I want to say about probably 4 months when we first seen her. And she gave birth to her first litter in March. She just had the second litter 2 days ago. They're too close together. So now I've got 7 cats, and I'm not sure how many are in this litter because the first litter she had inside. This litter she kept outside, and they're under the house, and I don't really want to bother her. So I don't know. I'm hoping in a few days I can actually see some more movement and maybe grab them out and relocate them somewhere safer.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I started with 1, and now I have 4.
We've always been a cat family, but I just tell them when we're in the city, I just don't like it. They're used to out in the country, so I was okay with the cats running around all over the place. Here, it's
But
too
they're very
dangerous.
clean. They're very clean because they'll only go in the cat litter, and they're good cats.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think it's just natural because all the litters I've experienced in my life, I've never had an issue with potty training from birth or litter box training from birth. There was one cat that I was given that was a couple weeks old, and she did not go in the litter box. And I was so upset, and I was even considering not keeping her. I didn't want her to begin with. I'd already lost my childhood pet, and I didn't want any more pets at the time. But I just had my daughter, who's 20 now, and she wanted a pet. And then one day I was leaving for work, and the kitten was about to go to the potty in the corner of the room where she's not supposed to, and a stray cat ran in my house and grabbed her, and it was a Maine Coon, which is a breed I've been looking for my entire life. So it was just an odd coincidence that a Maine Coon runs into my home, picks up the kitten and drops her in the litter box and hovers over her, forcing her to use the box. So I looked at the stray cat and I said, well, do you want to stay? Because I got to go to work. And the cat just looked at me. So I closed the door and left her in there. She kept coming and going for a couple of weeks, and then we moved. I offered her to jump in the car, and she jumped in the car. About 2 weeks later, she popped a litter. I didn't even know it. I did ask the neighbors, though, where this cat came from and whose it was, because she looked very well mannered and taken care of. And being the breed that she was, I knew she wasn't just a wild stray cat. And they told me that she belonged to someone in the area who was involved in illegal drug trafficking, and they ended up going to jail. So the cat became homeless. So I got lucky.
You only have cats, or do you also have dogs?
We have one Chihuahua who thinks he's a cat. I swear to you, he's in human years, he's 16 years old, born on Christmas Day. My daughter named him Brownie, and he's grown up with nothing but cats. In his younger days, though, he used to leave all the time with the local strays, the dogs. He ran around with a pack of probably 7 or 8 dogs, and he was the smallest one. He'd leave for hours, come home, just come and go, like a young, young man going out there and partying. And when we got that Maine Coon and she gave birth, she had 3. I gave one away and kept the 2 boys, and those became his best friends. we named them Milo and Midnight. When we moved to the city, they didn't survive. That's why I don't really like having cats in the city. None of my cats make it when we come to San Antonio to help take care of family. They never end up going back home with us. So they were best friends. The dog would run with the cats, try to jump all over the walls, climb the walls. You know how cats do, run across the walls. And he would try to do it, jump from couch to couch. But he was too little. That type of breed gets injured too quickly. Eventually he stopped in it, but he's never eaten dog food. He refuses it, refuses dog biscuits, any type of
But
dog
it,
treats.
but it won't harm him because I'm going through the same thing. I have a male Chihuahua, and he thinks he's a cat. He will not eat dog food. He only wants cat food, and I don't know what to do with him. So I just let him eat.
Yeah, the veterinarian told me that it's fine. Just don't give him anything with seafood in it. Just get him like the food that has chicken or beef or wheat based or something like that. But if it has any type of seafood, they told me to avoid the dog eating that. So
Oh,
now I just buy the cats non seafood based food because they have open food. They've got like 4 or 5 bowls within inside and outside the house. They
yeah.
free what do they call it? Free feeding, something like that. I don't know the term, but yeah, they said it was just fine. Does your dog use the litter box too?
No, I wish he did, but I open the door, he goes out, then he goes, does his business, then comes back in.
Yeah, my dog always goes around the corner to the empty lot. He refuses to use it in the yard. Good dog.
That's
Yeah, all the neighbors know him here in the area. Yeah.
You see what I get for telling a bunch of women that they can talk during break? You see that? See, that's me. I did that to myself. Okay. And I just muted y'all's butt. That's what I do to my wife in the car. Because see, she thinks she's a little Diana Ross. And she sit over there and she just sang and someday we'll be together and da da da. So I hit the mute button on her butt. Yeah, I got you, didn't I? Anyway, so I got a mute button right here. Don't mess with me. My wife, she's just a talker, y'all, and I'm not a talker, believe it or not. After class, y'all, I've been talking 5 hours. I don't want to talk no more. And she just comes home from work and she tells me all about her day and all the people and da 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 da. So I wait till she get about 5 minutes into talking and I'll just stop and say, "Did you say something? Oh, you heard me. You did da 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 da." Just because I don't want to hear about all them people you work with. I don't know them people. I don't care about them people. Don't be telling me about them. Anyway, and I'm still doing the hunt thing, by the way. Y'all from last mile, do y'all remember that? Every time y'all go home, you heard me, then yeah, you don't know what it's like. So anyway, and I don't hear as well out of my right ear. I DJ'd for several years and I kept the headset on this side. So I don't hear as well out of this side. So luckily for me, that's the side my wife sits on in the car. Mm-hmm. So she'll just be talking away and finally you listening to me? You can't even hear me, can you? Yeah. Because I want to hear about that girl you work with and da, 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 da. But she has to tell me all about her day, y'all. She comes home, we have to go in the living room and sit down, and she just tells me all about everything like I really care. Anyway, and then she asked me, she said, "Babe, how was your day?" Fine. They're fine. You don't know. You never talk. No, I don't. Back in the day, we had an argument over that when I was working in the emergency room. I'd come home and she said, "Babe, how was your day?" It was fine. "Why don't you ever tell me about your day?" And da 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 da. Okay. Some asshole took a baby, put the baby in the microwave, and turned it on for 10 seconds. You want to talk about that shit over dinner? Then don't ask me about my day, man. And that's just kind of stretched into all the time now. I come home from work. How was your day? Fine. It's just become a habit for me. I don't talk about my day. I don't talk about y'all. And she tells me all the time, you better not be talking about me in your little class. No, we don't talk about you. What, I got better things to do than be sitting up talking about your ass in class. So she's going to catch me one day, y'all. She's going to come in and she's going to catch me talking about her. And that's just going to be the end of it. You talk about, tell you about it. Because well, wait a minute. No, she called me last module when I was talking about her middle name. It wasn't during class, but I was checking one of the recordings, the quality and da-da-da. And I got up and I went to the bathroom and left the recording playing. And it got to the point where I was making fun of her middle name. And she heard that. And she's like, man, I tell you about talking about me up in your class. And da-da. Well, I was just making fun of your middle name, babe. I wasn't talking about you. I never talk about you in class anyway. So, da-da-da. So that is a little quirks about the combining forms and adding suffixes to them. What's next on here? Okay, I want to continue on here for just a minute. And that is to say that whenever you add two root words together or several root words together, for example, I want to say that their stomach is infected, infection or inflammation, but also their intestines is infected. Now I can go into the person's record and I can put that this person has gastritis, because how would you put that together? I drop the O. And they also have enteritis. I drop the O. The person has gastritis and they have enteritis. But if they have itis of both things, then I can put these two things together. And they have gastroenteritis. They have inflammation of both or infection of both. But look at what happened. What happens when I want to put gastro plus entero plus itis? How would I put that together, all together? Well, remember that the rule for dropping the combining vowel or dropping that O only applies to suffixes. When I put two root words together, you always keep the O. You never drop it. And since gastro and entero are both root words, that's why it ended up like this. Gastro, entero plus itis. And when I put itis, looked at the vowel, dropped the O, gastro, enteritis. So whenever joining two root words, you always keep the combining vowel. You never drop it. And you pronounce it too, gastroenteritis. And that's why the O dropped off of entero, because itis is a suffix. So let's look at that again. Gastro plus entero plus itis. Itis being a suffix. When you put the gastro and entero together, you keep the O because entero is not a suffix. But when you put the itis on the end, you use the rule for adding suffixes. So you have root word, suffix. When you add the suffix, that's when you drop the O. Gastro, enteritis. That's why it's not enteroitis. You drop that O. But the two root words, you always keep the O. So let's take a look at this term and see if y'all see any issues in this one now. Told you we'd be using it again. Histero, salpingo, oophorectomy. Hysterosalpingo-oophorectomy. Anything stand out in this word right away as soon as you look at it? 3 O's. How the hell did that happen? All right. Hystero is a root word, plus salpingo, which is also a root word, plus oophoro, which is also a root word, plus ectomy. So how do we put this together? First of all, since these are all root words, just put them together. Don't drop anything. And since salpingo has an O at the end and oophoro just happens to start with 3 O's, that's absolutely correct. But when we got down here to add ectomy, ectomy is a suffix. Starts with a vowel, drop that vowel. Hystero, salpingo, oophorectomy instead of oophoro. Oophorectomy. That starts with a vowel, drop that vowel. So this word, even with those 3 O's together, is absolutely correct because all 3 of these are root words. When you add the suffix, that's when you drop the combining vowel right there. All right, so whenever you're stringing a bunch of root words together, you keep the combining vowels. You don't drop anything. When you get to the end and you're ready to tack the suffix on there, that's when you use the rule for dropping the combining vowel on the last root in the string. All right. So what does that word mean? Uterus, fallopian tube, ovary, surgical removal. They took out everything. What you might refer to as a total hysterectomy. But in the medical record, we're not going to write total hysterectomy. We're going to write hysterosalpingo-oophorectomy. We took out all 3 of those body parts. The uterus, the fallopian tubes, and the ovaries. And we surgically removed all of those. Ectomy. Hysterosalpingo-oophorectomy. So now you can see how those long words are so damn easy to spell. Just a bunch of word parts. You can spell hystero. You can spell salpingo. You can spell oophoro. Tack ectomy on the end. So the truth is, the longer the medical term, the easier it is to spell and define because it's just a bunch of root words strung together with a suffix stuck on the end. And if you know your roots, defining this term is simple. You look at this word and go, okay, wait a minute. I see, oh, there's uterus. Oh, fallopian tubes right there. There are the ovaries. They took them all out. The longer the word, the easier it is to define because it's just a bunch of root words strung together. Like this one right here. Anybody want to take a stab at pronouncing that one? It's easy when you know where the separations are, when you know where the roots are. Pneumo, ultramicroscopic, silico, vulcaniosis. Pneumo, ultramicroscopic, silico, vulcaniosis. The longest medical term that I know of. And you see it's just a bunch of root words strung together. And you can look at this right away and go, okay, this is happening in their lungs. It's ultra small. It's silicon based. And it's volcanic. They're having eruptions on their lungs because of silicon being absorbed into their cells when they breathe in the silica dust. So it happens to people who work in silicon factories where they use silica or silicon and they get the silica dust in their lungs, and it causes ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniosis, having little eruptions. Their cells are literally exploding because they're getting silicon in them. Eruption, volcano in their lungs. And osis is abnormal condition. Hey. It's not as complicated as people try to make it seem. All right. Now, there are some root word or some medical terms that are not word parts, and those you're just going to have to learn. Another one of the most common misspelled health words in healthcare is pronounced phlegm. You don't know how many versions of this word I've seen out there. I've seen patient coughing up phlegm. I've even seen patient coughing up film. Really? This patient's coughing up film? Damn. I never heard of that before. I've seen so many versions of this word out there. I've even seen people get close. You was close, but not quite. And now what you're going to have is some smart-ass lawyer in a courtroom asking you, so what is that word right there? Oh, that's phlegm. What does that mean? You sure about that? Because everybody else uses this word right there. Are you sure about that? And y'all have heard me say it in class before. If you don't know that, what else don't you know? And you've just called that entire medical record into question. And just have the jury sitting there going, well, yeah, they're misspelling words in there. Well, there you go. So, phlegm, you're just going to have to learn that one and others. Now, when a word has a peculiar spelling like that, when I'm writing this, in my mind, I might be pronouncing this as phlegm to remind me that there's a G in there somewhere. And you will all have your words that you will find difficult. For some reason, some words occasionally, they just don't click in your mind. And you'll spell them wrong a lot. For me, my nemesis word was meninges. I had such a problem spelling this word. And as a matter of fact, since I know that, if I'm writing this in somebody's record, I'm going to look that shit up first. Because I know it's my nemesis word. You know, let me go look this up because I spell it wrong every time. You'll have your nemesis words out there. Know what they are and know what you need to look up before you start writing it in somebody's record. Another word that people often get wrong. Mucus. Because if you remember from the respiratory system, there are two ways to spell this. Both pronounced exactly the same, mucus. And you just have to know which one you need. OUS, that's the membrane. US, that's the snot that comes out your nose. The membrane produces that snot. I usually say it this way. Mucus comes from us. That's how I kind of cleared these up in my mind. So they're going to be your nemesis words out there. Words that you can't really break down. You're just going to have to learn them. A word that I would use whenever we had spelling bees, one of the other schools, it was popular to do spelling bee between the medical assistant and the billing and coding teachers. And since I was the med-term teacher, I was always asked to be the person that runs the spelling bee. All right. And whenever I got to where they were tied or they were real close between the two teams, I would toss this word in there. Okay, smart asses. Spell. It's pronounced pterygium. Spell pterygium. And then they would say, okay, Mr. Mahone, use it in a sentence. Okay, your patient has a pterygium. Damn. Yeah. You just got to know it. So that is, boom, medical terminology, guys. Some stuff you're going to learn over experience. All right. And that's how midterm works. Boom, boom. Now, an issue that students tend to have in the homework is when it gets to the part, wait a minute, what I want to do here. What's this down here? All right, this is all going over homework. So let's go in and pull up the textbook and get down and look at some of those homework pages. Really? Jeez. See, this is what's a pain in the ass about this online textbook. You have to scroll through all these freaking pages to get down to where you need. I tried going up here and typing in the page number, and it doesn't take you to the correct page. I don't know what's wrong with this actual program. All right. So starting on page 24, which is the first homework page, and each section. Now, what I advise you to do is before you just jump into the homework, go to each section and try to do the first couple in each section. And that will kind of let you know that you're on the right track. And any questions that you have, you can ask them. So for example, if you're going to say, well, you know what, I'm going to do the homework this weekend. Sometime this week, go in and look at each section and see what it's asking you for. And if you know exactly what you need to be doing there. So that you have time to ask in class. The last thing you want to be is Sunday afternoon, get down to this section and not know what you're asked to do here. So try to go into each section and try to do the first couple. So you kind of know what each one is asking for. So you know what questions to ask before you sit down and just start the homework. All right. All right. So this first section, this is pretty simple. Name the 5 medical language skills needed. And that was on your second or first slide. Reading, thinking, spelling, listening, and writing. Okay. So be able to just write those 5 in there. Speaking and pronouncing medical terms is similar to the blank coming from a computer. Look that one up. It's in the chapter somewhere. I didn't see that question before. Speaking and pronouncing medical terms is similar to the blank coming from a computer. I don't know.
Output.
Output. Okay, that's kind of dumb. And that's one of the reasons, guys, I really don't like homework from the textbook. They ask some dumbass questions in this textbook. So if you don't know something, put a check mark next to it, ask during class, and I'll tell you what to put there. The output coming from the computer. How is that possible? Unless your computer is speaking to you. Anyway, that's a dumb question. And that line right there does not imply that you should write output right there. But it's something. Anyway, it's in the chapter. All right, these right here, we didn't really talk about. Hippocrates is the father of medicine. So we didn't mention that one. And on here, I need to go to draw. True. Terminology is the study of word origins. False. Etymology is the study of word origins. Medical words you originally come from Latin, or all medical words originally come from Latin words. False. Greek and Latin. Some medical terms come from Dutch and English and French. Yes, true. The medical word pelvis and the Latin word pelvis are identical. Look it up. I believe that's true. But look it up. All right. So pretty simple in that section. Okay. Forming plural nouns. There is a page, damn it. There's a page in the textbook, and I'm gonna have to scroll all the way back up there to see it because it's like page 2 or some shit. But anyway, again, like I said, I don't like all this scrolling back and forth, makes my fingers hurt. If I put a 2 right there, enter, it takes me to whatever page. This is not page 2. Anyway, but that is annoying as hell. So I have to do this, and I have to go to the page. See, that did not put me on page 2. Put me way up in here some damn where. I don't know how those page numbers are off when you try to type them in like that. Okay, jeez. Page 37, it says right there. Down here on the page, it says page 6. So I don't know how these page numbers got off up here, but it doesn't work. And what a pain in the butt that is. Okay, so making something plural. Definite rules for doing that. And you'll find those here in this section. When a medical term ends in an A like this, vertebra, sclera, scapula, patella, conjunctiva, or areola, in order to make that word plural and say more than one vertebra, it becomes vertebrae. You stick an E on the end. Up here, they say change the A to AE. Simply put an E on the end. Vertebra becomes vertebrae. So you have the person broke their 7th cervical vertebra, or they broke their 7th and 8th cervical vertebrae. A is singular, AE is plural. Okay. Areola becomes areolae. Patella becomes patellae, and so on. It ends in an A, you want to make it plural, change it to AE. And this is where the homework factors into your learning, the exercise, the repetition. I can tell you, I didn't tell y'all, my new students, this, but a saying that we had in therapy is that therapy happens at home. You come to the appointment, I show you what exercises to do. You go home, you do those exercises. So in the textbook or in class, I tell you how these things work. You go into homework and get practice at doing them. So if a word ends in US, we used this one last module, bronchus, and we want to make it plural, they become bronchi. And when we did that last module, I even asked y'all this one right here. So how would you make this word plural? Cactus becomes what? Cacti. So more than one cactus is a cacti, a group of them. So that is not just true in medical language, but remember, most languages originate from Latin. So the same rules will apply. Cactus becomes cacti. And I think I mentioned that I was kind of impressed when they got that right in the movie once. Because, you know, cactus, there's something about a cactus that the way it grows, it points to a certain direction all the time. And the person says, well, yeah, look at the direction that the cacti are pointing. I was kind of impressed that they got that right. Cactus becomes cacti. Any word ends in US, you make it plural by changing that to I. Here's a familiar one for you. Bacterium. If you want to say more than one, the UM becomes an A, bacteria. So most of the time we use the plural form of that word, bacteria, because hardly ever will you ever see one bacterium on somebody. It'll be bacteria. Ovum, which is the female egg, becomes ova. It's not just a female egg, it's all eggs. When parasites lay eggs, I don't remember if we talked about the ova and parasite test, the O and P. You're looking for the parasite's eggs, ova, plural. Another common one that we use is testes. But if there's only one of them, then it's testis. So we're going to amputate the left testis, or we're going to amputate both testes. ES is plural. Diagnosis. What is that patient's diagnosis? Or what are those patients' diagnoses? Time a word ends in IS, you want to make it plural, you change it to ES. IS becomes ES. Testis becomes testes. If a word ends in EX or IX, same thing. You make it plural by changing it to ICES. ISIS. Index becomes indices. I saw sitting on the copy machine one day, somebody was making, finalizing the school curriculum, the book that gives you all the rules and all that. And in one space, they said, for further information, refer to the appendixes at the back of the chapter. The appendix ends in IX. So how would you make it plural? Refer to the appendices at the back of the chapter, not appendixes, appendices. So if something ends in IX or EX, you'd make it plural by changing it to ICES. Appendix becomes appendices. IS becomes IDES. You wouldn't say irises, you would say irides. Now, you're out there in practice, you're probably going to say irises. Most of us do. Yeah, they've got their irises are dilated. Okay, we're not going to say irides. But if you work in an eye clinic, yeah, you'll probably use the word irides because, you know, that's what they do for a living. Everybody else in the world will probably say irises. NX, phalanx, becomes phalanges. And that's the only example I can think of is phalanx, the bones of our fingers, become phalanges. And I'm sure it looks like that's the only one that they could think of as well. Now, this is a weird one. Oma, which means tumor, becomes omata, which means more than one tumor. So you have a carcinoma or a carcinomata. That's just kind of a weird one. Oma becomes omata. And if something ends in OE, like ganglion, change it to A, ganglia. So you have a ganglion where nerves come together. This side, they're right ganglia, or they're right and left ganglia, or ganglia. Ganglion, ganglia, both of them. All right. So now let's get back to the freaking homework. So now you know where you'll find those, how to do those parts, where it goes to make a ending plural. Scroll all the way back down through the whole freaking chapter. Get all the way back down here again. All right. So You saw the examples up there. Something ends in A. How you make it plural? AE. Vertebra becomes vertebrae. Now, how about bronchus, alveolus, thrombus, and nucleus? All the same. To change something singular US, you change the US to an I. Bronchi. Alveoli. Thrombi. And nuclei. All the same. And then look at the rest of them. We talked about bacteria becoming bacteria, bacterium becoming bacteria, diverticulum becomes diverticula, labium becomes labia, ovum becomes ova. Testis becomes testes, diagnosis becomes diagnoses. Iris is irides, epididymis is epididymides. It sounds weird, doesn't it? Phalanx becomes phalanges, carcinoma is carcinomata, fibroma is fibromata, ganglion becomes ganglia, and mitochondrion becomes mitochondria. So you know where to find those now, up there in that plural endings chapter section on page 2 or 3, I think it was, one of those two. All right, in here, again, this is plurals, and you take it in context. Daniel broke his left middle finger, or his left middle whatever, while playing basketball. Are they talking about 1 or 2 here? 1. That is
1.
phalanx. Baby Fong, whatever, mother took him to the doctor when she noticed that his left blank was not present in the scrotum. She talking about 1 or 2? 1. That's testis. The x-ray, on the x-ray, Leona Calvin's spine showed several. We're talking about more than 1. Vertebrae that were misaligned. Vertebra would be 1. This is plural, more than 1. All right. So that's a continuation of the plural endings.
Mr. Mohom,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but what you're doing right now, is there a way that I'm able to do what you're doing, like download that and then write the answers in there and send it to you instead of writing them down?
Sure.
How do you do that?
Oh, there's not a way to download it, no.
No,
In
so.
other words, you can't download pages of the book.
Okay,
If you have the book, you can print them.
okay,
And then write into the blanks. You can do that, but you'd have to download the entire textbook.
okay.
So, and then print the pages that you want. So do you have a printer at home?
No, sir, I don't.
Then, yeah, you're gonna have to handwrite them.
Okay,
Or you can write them in the textbook like this, and then take a picture of the page
oh,
and send me the picture.
okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry.
That's good. Now over here, you're going to either put a P for prefix, an S for suffix, or a CF for combining form. They're asking you questions about these 3. For example, the first one, it begins with a hyphen. Look at what we did. Try, ended with a hyphen. Ectomy begins with a hyphen. Ectomy is a suffix. So begins with a hyphen, suffix. Contains the main meaning of the medical word. When I told you most people, when they look at medical terms, they look for what first? The combining form. Ends with a combining vowel. It's combining form. Remember, gastro. Ends with a combining vowel. That's a combining form right there. Always positioned at the end of the medical word. Suffix. If present, remember every word will have a suffix. That's obviously a prefix already. It is always at the beginning of the medical word, prefix. When there is no prefix, this is the first part of the medical term, the combining form. If there's no prefix on there, then the first thing you'll see is combining form. Gastritis. Can't write off the edge of the book. So there's nothing there in front of it, then the root word or combining form is the first part you'll see. Now, when you write these guys, you do not have to write the entire question. So what you would do is you would go in section 1.4. The answers are combining form, suffix, prefix, combining form. And section 1.5, move on to the next section. So don't write all of this out, that the combining or the suffix begins with a hyphen. Don't write all that out, just what I want to see right there. So on your assignments, you only have to write what you would ordinarily write in your textbook. And down here, you can do true and false. Number 1 is true. Number 2 is false. Number 3 is true, and so on, because you're still under section 1.4. So for your homework section, when you get to section 1.4, you would do it something like this. And this is what you'll be sending me if you're writing it all out. Section 1.4, combining form, prefix, suffix, combining form, prefix. True or false? True, false, true, false. Going on down, fill in the blank. A is this, B is that, C is that, and so on. Number 1. And then number 2, A is dermo, B is da, da, da. So don't write all this out, just keep it organized so that I can see what's what. And for the most part, when I look at your homework, I'm gonna be looking through the pages, seeing if it's the stuff that I expect to see for the chapter that you're doing. I'm not gonna go through each and every blank. Remember, the exercise is for you. Doing it, you get credit for it. Right. Name the 3 word parts that are used to build medical words. Pretty simple. Prefix, suffix, root word, or whatever order you get them in, doesn't matter. Write 2 combining forms for this chapter that have the medical meaning of skin. Where would you find that? Scrolling back through, through the whole chapter again now. Right up in here. These are prefixes. You have some suffixes. There are your combining forms. Go down there and find skin. You see them right there? 2 root words that have the meaning of skin, cutaneo and dermo. Write those on the blank. I think they also asked, what's another one they asked 2 about? I can't remember, but there's another one that they asked. Oh, right there. See, there are 2 roots here. Cardio. We've already talked about those. Why we have cardi and cardio. Simply for adding the word itis. They might ask, I think it was intestine. There's intestine, intestinal, anyplace else. There it is, entero. So these 2 are not in the same area. They both mean intestine. One is entero, the other one is intestinal. So say search through this section and you'll be able to find those, name this root word, what this root word means, and so on. So all the way back down now to the homework pages. Hello, Mr. Oxford, good to see you. Did you need a minute with the class? Can you hear me? Mr. Oxford. Okay, I just will get it worked out. All right, so that is boom. 2 word parts that mean each one of these: intestinal, mind, abdomen, uterus, and go through and find those and get those in on those lines. Write the prefix that means the opposite meaning of these right here. So you have to do a little bit of searching through the prefix chapter or prefix section. The opposite of hypo is hyper, is what they're asking for. So you read the definition of hypo, which means below, and then you look for the opposite of that in that table. The opposite is hyper, which means above. So first look up the definition of this one, and then look through the table to find the one that means the opposite of that. And an easy one, again, is pre. The opposite is post. Pre means
Sorry to
before.
interrupt, Mr. Mahone. For the examples that you're going through right now, for hypo, you said to, go with hyper. Would the answer above be acceptable, or would you prefer hyper?
No, they want the prefix. Write the prefix that has the opposite meaning.
Okay.
So they don't want the word be hypo is below. They want the opposite. So find a prefix that means the opposite of hypo, and it is hyper. The pre means before, post means after. Yeah. So they want the specific prefix right there that means the opposite of this prefix, rather than defining it or writing the opposite word right there. All right. Now here, there's the same, kind of the same as those fill-ins we did up top. P, S, or CF. And how can you get through this one really quickly? Prefixes have the dash on that side. Root words or combining forms have a /O. And suffixes have the dash on that side. This is pretty simple. Combining form, suffix, suffix, prefix, prefix, combining form, suffix, combining form, suffix, suffix, prefix. Remember what you're looking for. If the dash is on this side, it's a prefix. If the dash is on the other side, it's a suffix. If it has that /O on there, it's a combining form. So that one shouldn't take you more than just a couple minutes to get through that one. All right. Oh, okay.
Sir, on that point, if you said it that way, that means we don't have to write the meaning of which
Yes,
one
you
of
do.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
you do. I just recognize that. Don't be like,
Okay.
oh, we don't have. Yeah, you do have to do.
Okay.
So I just realized that. So yeah, suffix and -ac pertaining to something. Cardiac pertaining to the heart. So yeah, they do want the meaning written over there as well. So yeah, don't be trying to cheat just because I had a brain fart. All right. So anyway, and that continues down onto the next page. Okay. So this is the opposite now. Instead of giving you the word part and ask you what it means, they give you the meaning and ask you the word part that means that. And then the medical word example. And you'll see those up there in your medical term parts. Joint is arthro. And then ask you to use a word containing that word part. And you'll find many of the examples up there in those tables we were going through. I don't want to scroll all the way back up there again, but there are many examples of arthro being used up there in those examples. If you can't find one, highlight it, put a check mark next to it, ask about it in class. Okay, match the medical word part to its description. Okay, so arthro means joint. It's a combining form meaning joint. So we're going to look for that. There it is. Arthro, combining form meaning joint. So you put a 1 right there. Brady is a prefix meaning fast, or excuse me, slow, like Tom Brady. Prefix meaning slow, Brady. Laryngitis is a medical word defining inflammation of the voice box. Right there. And continue with those. So when you're writing the answers for me, number 1 is 1. Or excuse me, how will we do that? That's kind of weird. Okay, do it this way. Number 1, medical word pertaining to the trachea, and pertaining to within the trachea, endotracheal. 4. Number 2, combining form meaning intestine is entero. 8. So do this section like that. Just number these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then put the correct number next to them. Any questions? Make sure you ask. I don't want y'all to write all that out. All right. Now this part, this is the part that many people have a problem with. Patients with cardiac disease can have an abnormal heart rhythm. You're looking for a suffix in this word, cardiac. And do what we did in class. Cardio is heart, ac is the suffix, ac. The suffix ac means pertaining to. The combining form in that word is cardio, which means heart. The medical word definition, pertaining to the heart. Let's try the next one. Hepatic. The suffix is ic, which also means pertaining to. The combining form is hepato, which means liver. So the word means pertaining to the liver. Laryngitis, the suffix is itis, which means infection or inflammation. The combining form is laryngo, which means voice box or throat. The definition, infection or inflammation of the throat or voice box. Tonsillectomy. Ectomy is the suffix, which means surgical removal. The combining form is tonsillo, which refers to the tonsils. The word means surgical removal of the tonsils. And if you have any problems with those, make sure you speak up. I don't know, I just won't save it when I finish. There we go. All right, so anyway, down there, same thing, continue. Continued. Divide long words exercise. Esophago, gastro, duodenoscopy. There are 3 combining forms in there, and the suffix is scopy. Esophago, gastro, duodenoscopy, and then define what that means. Over here, scopy is to examine with a scope. Esophago is the esophagus. Gastro is the stomach. Duodeno is the duodenum. And the meaning to examine the stomach, esophagus, and duodenum using a scope. Oto is ear. Rhino is nose. Laryngo is throat. Logi is study of. suffix logi, study of. Rhino or oto is ear. Rhino is nose. Laryngo is throat. The meaning is the study of the ear, nose, and throat. Okay. Build medical words. We've already done this one. Cardio plus ac. So how do we do this one? Digesto plus ive. How do we do that? The suffix starts with a vowel. Drop the combining vowel. Digestive. Intestinal, AL, starts with an A. Drop the O. Intestinal. The same thing we did practicing on the slides. Look at what the suffix starts with. If it starts with a vowel, drop the combining vowel and write the word right there. And all of these actually they actually separated it for you. All of these starts with vowels, and all of these start with consonants. If the word starts with a consonant, keep the vowel and pronounce it, colonoscope. All right, so that is that part. And this is kind of the hardest part that people will have on this homework, I think. Okay. Define or definition of the medical word. Disease of more than normal thyroid gland hormone. More than normal. Look up here, hyper. Above or more than normal. And the second part is thyroidism, hyperthyroidism. Inflammation of many nerves. Look up here, poly means many. Put the two together, polyneuritis. Pertaining to above the stomach, above, hyper. Gastric, hypergastric. Condition of being without feeling or sensation. Not or without is an. Put the two together, anesthesia. And so on. So look up here, find that key word, put it on the bone, and then put the two together. Here, you're going to look at how this is actually spelled or said, and then spell it the correct way. Cardiac, that E should be an I. Appendectomy, subcutaneous, all of these are spelled wrong. Look up in the chapter tables up there and find the correct spelling. Psychiatry, tachycardia, tonsillitis, urination, and venous. Venous. Okay. I keep getting, every now and then I get caught off guard even by what they're doing in here. Venus. Oh, that should be Venous. I'm sorry, Venus. Not Venus like the planet. All right. Circle the correct word for the choices given. We know that Dr. James treated Al Smith's gastric ulcer by prescribing medication. Gastroscopy is a procedure. This is pertaining to the stomach, gastric ulcer. The physical examination at the walk-in clinic revealed that Jose Rodriguez did he have a tonsillectomy or did he have tonsillitis? Ectomy is surgical removal. We did an examination. So he has tonsillitis. Somebody underwent a blank stress test to evaluate their heart. Cardiomegaly is a diagnosis. Cardiac. Isn't that writing? Is pertaining to the heart. Okay. So again, any questions in there, make sure you ask. Again, highlight it, write it down, ask the question. We'll pull it up in the textbook just like we did today. Go to the actual question and then look at what they're asking for. And this is that sounds like thing. Cardiac. Say it like it looks. And they're using the same ones they did up top. Appendectomy. Appendectomy. Urination. Psychotherapy. Psychotherapy. Intravenous. Neurology. Neurology. Tonsillitis. Uterine. Subcutaneous. This is the one we had a problem. How the fuck with this? Oh, excuse me. How the hell is that Q? They should have put a CU right there. Subcutaneous. And pneumonia. Pneumonia. Again, any questions, make sure you ask. I don't need to erase all that. And you're seeing this, and actually half of them are down here right below because there's cardiac again. Read the medical word and the syllables in its pronunciation. Circle the primary or main accented syllable. I really don't care about this one, y'all. Is this where I usually stop? Now there are a couple more pages, but these last 2 pages, I really don't care about these, whether you get the right symbol or not. Urinary, I would circle this one. No, actually, see what I mean? Urinary. So I really don't care about this one. Endotracheal, I'd go with do. Musculature, I would go with mus. Pericardial, E or car, either one, pericardial. They have the same strength in their pronunciation. So I really don't care about this one. Hepatic. So, go through, read them, and know what they say, circle something. The medical record is where healthcare professionals document care provided to a patient. Sure, we're going to be talking about the medical record when we finish this. So you'll see all the questions about medical records up in there. Medical record of today is mainly used to document diseases, treatments, and surgeries. True. The medical record is a medical legal document. True. By law, the format of the medical record must be the same in all healthcare facilities. False. A consent to treat for a form signed by the patient allows the healthcare facility to contact HIPAA for payment for medical care provided. False. So you'll find those up there in the section on the medical record. I don't go that deep into the medical record because you're going to have entire classes about that down the road and how to document. All this is about the medical record, Fill in the blank for these suffix or these abbreviations. You'll see them up in the chapter up there for abbreviations. So look for the chapter or the table labeled abbreviations. All right. So that is the homework. Again, you see any sections in there you don't know about or questioning what to do, ask before you do that section. It'll be quite a while before the homework is due. All right, so let's go back to and you see how I kind of want the homework sent. 1.1, number 1 is A is read, 1.2, Number 1 is false, number 2 is false, number 3 is true. That's how you can send that homework to me. Don't rewrite all that stuff. Now, I do want to go to, I'm going to add something, a slide in here, because I want to talk about abbreviations and acronyms. You see that some of our medical terms are long terms, man. Who wants to write that stuff over and over again? For example, do you want to go around writing coronary artery bypass graft several times a day? Instead, we write cabbage, C-A-B-G, cabbage. That is an acronym. When you have multi-word terms like this, and you use the first letter of each word to make a short word, if you will, cabbage. So that's an acronym. Other acronyms that you have been using that you may not even know they're acronyms. Like people don't know that, for example, stop writing on here, that did y'all know that was an acronym? Laser? It's not important. Light amplification through simulated emissions of radiation. Who the hell wants to write that all day? Instead, we just write laser. So, hey, if this was a science fiction movie, hey, go over there and grab the light amplification through simulated emissions of radiation gun. No, just go get the laser gun. Or how about this one? Go and get your self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. No, just go get your scuba gear. Can anybody figure that one out? Highly mobile, multi-purpose vehicle. Humvee. Get it? Humvee. Hummer. That's where the name comes from. So those are acronyms where we use when you have a multi-word term and you use the first letter of each word to make up a shorter little phrase, like coronary artery bypass graft.
Sir,
Yes.
I thought we were, I don't know, maybe Texas is it different. I thought legally we weren't allowed to use that in like actual notes, maybe like between the medical field, but I thought in medical records we can't use those abbreviations.
No.
Or we can
Okay. Every place you go, wherever you work, they will have an approved abbreviations list. And you use the ones that are in that list. Now, it is illegal to use an abbreviation that's not authorized at that facility. So if you go into the approved abbreviations list and you don't see cabbage there, then you have to write out coronary artery bypass graft. But in their list, they'll have CABG, coronary artery bypass graft. If they have that, you're good to use that. Okay. But if it's not there, you got to spell it out.
So this is something we should be asking them like after we're like during internship or even like after you get hired on a job.
Yeah.
Do they usually tell you this, or because I don't remember them ever even saying some of this.
They should give you one when you're hired there. These are the abbreviations and acronyms we use here. If they don't, go find it on your own. The reason that that's so important is because some abbreviations don't mean the same thing in different places. Or at Santa Rosa, they might use this to mean without. And that's with a line over it. Patient took Pepto without results. But at university, they might do without. So make sure you're using the ones that are used at that facility and keeps everybody on the same sheet of music. So we're not just throwing out and making up acronyms and abbreviations and shit. So that's the point. Don't make anything up. Make sure that it's what they use at that facility. And I printed the approved abbreviations list. You know what? Let's try it. Let's try one. Go to here. Santa Rosa Hospital abbreviations.com. How is Santa Rosa Hospital, da, da, da. Hospitals abbreviations to avoid abbreviations for Santa Rosa, California, history, da, 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 da. And you keep going through until you find what you're looking for. And that might have been the first one, Santa Rosa Hospital abbreviations.com. This page is about the meanings and acronyms, shorthand, da, 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 in the medical field in general, in the hospital's terminology, Santa Rosa Hospital Medical, da, da, da. You can find them online, or you just need to go to the Human Resources Department where you work. Tell them, hey, what's our approved abbreviations list? And they'll tell you, and by law, each hospital or organization has to have one. So it's not something say, oh, we don't have one of those. Yeah, you do. You just don't know where it is. And you need to find it, because most people won't even ask for it. They'll just go in and start writing shit. But it better be the right one for your organization. So that's a good question. They need to be approved by that facility in order to use them. So know what they are. All right. So abbreviations and acronyms, again, know what they are. An abbreviation typically is a shortened version of the word. For example, some of y'all were caught off guard when I said that polio means gray, because you've heard of people who have had the condition of polio. When we say that, we're abbreviating it. The name of the condition is actually poliomyelitis. And they shorten that up as patient has polio, poliomyelitis. What does it mean? An infection of the gray part of their spinal cord. And it just so happens polio is the first part. So patient has polio. Right. So that's an abbreviation. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mahone, I didn't know that. I thought dogs only got polio.
No. Who was the the president? Eisenhower had polio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he spent his entire presidency, or the last couple of years of his presidency, in a wheelchair. And you won't know that because he didn't like to be seen in the wheelchair, so he would always sit at a desk, but he'd be in a wheelchair because he had polio. Forrest Gump had polio. Remember, not Forrest Gump, but remember the offshoot of that when they say, "Run, Forrest." Remember that? What movie was that? They were making fun of Forrest Gump. But a lot of kids had polio back in the day, and that's one of the reasons they wore the leg braces. And if you ever heard of the iron lung, like the person there, that was for polio patients. So abbreviations and acronyms, again, instead of saying urine analysis, we might say urinalysis and just shorten it up a little bit. That's an abbreviation, a shortened version of the word. All right, so let's take another break. When we come back, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know how you You know how you was talking about that you were having problems with your nurses when they were like coming in and telling you stuff? Yesterday when I took the twins in, the lady did vaccinations on them. You know, she walked in, she had the Band-Aid stuck on her
Back of her hand. Yeah.
uniform,
Oh,
never
no,
put on the gloves.
Okay, you're breaking up or you're freezing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
And this lady had been like a medical assistant probably for 10,000 years. She never put on no gloves. She never washed nothing. She came in there holding all the instruments in her hand, like all the needles. You know how I think we're supposed to actually do the syringe and stuff at the bedside. She had already did everything and just came in and started sticking the twins.
Okay.
I was just like, wow.
Well, that's one thing that I don't agree with. I never draw up medication in front of the patients. It causes anxiety. So if you're standing there with the kid sitting right there and you're drawing up the med, they're going to get pretty anxious. So I do draw up meds in a different area. However, gloves, washing hands, yeah, they need to get on top of that shit. Yeah, you going to be touching my kid with no gloves on? I don't think so. And I don't become a jerk about it. Just be nice. Excuse me, miss, would you put gloves on while you do that procedure, please? And if they become the smart ass, get on board.
I was more grossed out because everything going on. You have a mask on, but okay, but you just stuck the Band-Aid sitting on your clothes. And then you took that Band-Aid off and stuck it on my baby leg. Like, you don't think, you know what I mean? I was just like, did she not like realize you might as well just cough on it, like cough in his face and call it a day, whatever. But
and remember what I told you guys, people out there, they just don't pay attention to this stuff. Now they'll say, well, usually when you give injection, it doesn't cause blood. Well, usually it doesn't, but I'm not talking about blood. I'm talking about the bacteria that's on your clothes that you just pulled off and stuck on my kid's hand. Is what I'm talking about. And if you'd have said something, that's exactly what she would have said. Well, I can do this without getting blood drops, but can you do this without getting that crap under your nails on my kid's skin?
And then she stuck him too hard anyway because he started bleeding. So she poked him too hard anyway.
Oh, poor babies, you know.
Yeah, I wish I threw up on him. Okay.
You have to decide how you're going to be out there. You don't have to be like Mr. Mahone, where I will tell your ass. I mean, in the long run, would that have caused an infection? Probably not. But is it possible to cause infection? Yeah, you can pass MRSA that way. Remember, MRSA is a contact thing. It doesn't have anything to do with blood. You got it on your hand, put your hand on me, you just transferred MRSA to me. So do you have to be that kind of person out there? No. Can you? Sure. But no, you're going to cause some attitudes when you do. And this thing gonna be like, oh, this bitch will come in here telling me where I da-da-da when I've been a nurse for 20 years. Let me tell you, and da-da-da-da-da. Just be ready for that kind of attitude. And I'm ready for it. You want to go round and round with me? We can do that shit. I don't care. I don't have anything else to do today. I'll sit here and go round and round with you if you want.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the ghetto black lady like trying to snatch. Like, okay, I'll just do it. You didn't do your nails. You didn't do your hands. I didn't see you do nothing. And automatically I was going to get stereotyped. So I was just like, well, I'll just go ahead because he's already screaming. And I tried to do it that way. But yeah, it was bugging the heck out of me when she walked in and she was rushing.
Or the other thing that you can do is go,
come on.
The other thing that you can do is you can go, oh, thank you, miss. And then walk out of there and walk up to the front desk and say, can I speak to the charge nurse for just a minute, please? Yes, there was a nurse that just gave my son an injection without wearing gloves. Is that the policy here? And you can take that shit to the next level. So there are a couple of ways to handle that. And like I say, you can be the, what my wife, you can get all black on them. You know, or you can go out and talk to the charge nurse or whatever, or you can just let it go if you think that it's something that is minor and is not worth arguing over. You have to make that decision. So any other questions before we take a break? Can I take a break now, please? Anyway, I'm just saying. All right. And I heard y'all talking last module too. Y'all better not be talking about me. All right. Hey, anybody else think Miss Mahone's an asshole? Anyway, so it's almost 10 till. Let's take a break till 5 after, and we'll do the medical record when we come back from break. All right, we're back. I ain't hear nobody talking this break, man. What's the matter? Y'all didn't want to hurt Mr. Mahomes' feelings. Anyway, forget y'all. So the medical record. And if you don't learn or remember anything else about the medical record, remember this. If you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. And if you did write it down, it happened exactly the way you wrote it. And know that that's the rule they're going to follow in court. So you can't be in court saying, no, that's not what I meant. Or I made a mistake right there. No. If the medical record says you gave 35 milligrams, how much did you give? 35 milligrams. You can't come back later and say, no, that was 25 milligrams. No. You gave 35. Oh, but that was a mistake. I didn't mean to write that. You gave 35. It happened the way you wrote it. And if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. So, Ms. Mahone, did you turn this patient every 2 hours like the doctor ordered? Yes, I did. Where's your documentation? Oh, well, I didn't write it down. Well, it didn't happen. So remember those two rules. If you wrote it, if you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. If you did write it down, it happened exactly the way you wrote it. And there's no question, going back on that later on when it's in court. Okay, so let me ask you, who does the medical record belong to? Who does it belong to? Anybody? Don't be
The
shy.
patient.
The patient.
The patient. The patient. I'm still waiting because the right answer hasn't come through yet.
The hospital.
The medical record belongs to the doctor or the facility that the doctor works for. So if the doctor works for Santa Rosa, then the medical record belongs to Santa Rosa. If the doctor's in a private practice, then the medical record belongs to the doctor. It is not your record of what we do for you. It's our record of what we do for you. If you want a copy of it, we'll give you a copy. But it's our record. It belongs to us. Now, why is that so important to remember? A patient should never have access to their original medical record. If you want a copy, we'll give you a copy, but the original, you should never have that in your hands or any access to it. Why is that so important? Because it's our record of what we've done for you, not yours. And if we put that record in your hands, what could you do?
Change some things around.
Yes, you can take some things out of there. If it's on computer, you might be able to change a thing or two. And let me give you, when I got to Oklahoma for the first time, I was going there, or to Oklahoma, I was going there from Greece because they had failed their HIPAA inspection, not HIPAA, but their HSI inspection, health services inspection. They failed. You don't do that in healthcare or in the military. You fail that, people start losing their damn jobs. And that's what happened. The emergency room failed their HSI inspection. And they sent me there because they knew I had been an inspector in Greece. So when I got my orders, Oklahoma. So I got there and I'd been there a couple of days and just kind of looking around, seeing how things were done. I was in COIC, the emergency room. And one young lady was sitting at the desk and a patient walked up and said, "Excuse me, I'd like to see a doctor today." And we had walk-in patients or walk-in appointments. That wasn't no big deal. And the young lady said, "Okay, ma'am, I need you to go down to the records section and pick up your medical record and bring that back here to the desk and I'll check you in for an appointment." And the lady stepped away and headed off to the record section. And I asked the young lady at the desk, "Is that the way y'all do that here?" "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the way we do it." All right, so come with me for a minute. And we stepped out in the hallway. And from the hallway, you could see the medical records department. The lady stepped up to the window. She checked out her record. Now she's walking back towards us. And what do you think she's doing as she's walking back to the emergency room?
Going over it.
Flipping through the record. And I told the young lady, that's why you don't give somebody their medical records. From now on, you'll get up off your lazy butt. You'll walk down there and you'll pull the record yourself. You do not send a patient down to get their original medical record and bring that back to the emergency room. Now let's change the scenario a little bit. What if that lady had said, "Hi, how you doing? Yes, I'd like to get an appointment for my daughter to be seen today." 14 years old. "I'd like to have an appointment for my daughter to be seen today." "Okay, ma'am, go on down to the records section and pick up your daughter's medical record and come on back here and we'll get you checked in for the appointment." Now the lady would have been walking down the hallway reading her daughter's medical record. And she sees something in there like pregnancy test. Have we just violated that child's right to privacy? Yes, you have. Is that suable? Yes, it is. So that's why you don't give a patient their medical records. And here's another reason. Even when we give them a copy, this happens. The front desk in California, family practice clinic, we had 40 doctors working there. The doctors' offices were upstairs. And I did say 40 doctors in one clinic. The medical, so if you think you got a busy clinic, try that mess. So the doctor's offices were upstairs and the patients would go up there and see the doctor. We'd pull the record ahead of time and the record would already be in the office. Sometimes the doctors had gotten the habit of, go ahead and drop your medical records off at the front desk on your way out the door. And they hand these people their original medical records to drop off. Now I'm working the front desk one day, and this is where I learned this. The lady comes downstairs, and she's livid, y'all. I mean, she is really upset. She grabs that medical record and she slams it down on the counter. And I turned around and looked at her, and she said, "He can't call me that." I say, "Ma'am, what are you talking about?" She opens the record. She points her finger. "He can't call me that." I looked in the medical record and the doctor had written patient is SOB. "He can't call me that." I said, "Ma'am, in healthcare, SOB means short of breath." "Well, y'all need to explain that to people." No, because in order to explain that to you, I have to take you through an entire medical terminology class. And we're not going to do that. That means short of breath. You should ask before you get all bent out of shape. That's another reason that patients should not read their medical records by themselves, even if it's a copy, because there are going to be words in there that they're not going to understand and things that they find offensive. For example, the doctor might have written that the patient is slightly, moderately obese. People might take offense to that. So what do you want? So what do you do if there's something, if you get a copy of your medical record and there's something in there that you need clarification about? How do you handle that? You call the clinic and you schedule an appointment with the doctor for, when they say, "So what do you want to see the doctor for?" Records review. "I have a question about something in my medical record." And they'll schedule you for the same 10 to 15 minute appointment that they do everybody else, for you to come in and sit down and ask the doctor, "What did you mean when you said the patient was SOB?" And give the doctor a chance to explain that. Don't just assume, because we're speaking a different language in there. If you grabbed a document that was written in Russian, you might recognize it as a language, but you don't know what those words mean. You need somebody to explain it to you. The same with our medical terminology. That's why patients shouldn't read their medical records by themselves unless they've been trained in medical language. And that's also why if your medical record ever goes to court for some reason, I promise you, whatever lawyer is reviewing that record is going to have a medical professional sitting there with them to explain what the language means. What did the doctor mean when they wrote SOB right here? "Oh, that means short of breath." "Oh, okay." So they're not in court doing the same thing that lady did. SOB. He called my client an SOB in the record. And all we got to do is call some doctor in there and say, what does SOB mean? Short of breath. Not a lawyer looks stupid. So even lawyers do that. Don't read that medical record without a medical professional there to explain to you what all that jargon means. Okay, so the medical record belongs to the doctor or the hospital or clinic that the doctor works for. How long do we keep them for? Keep this word in your mind: forever. Is that literal? No, but we don't get rid of that record until we're absolutely sure or pretty sure that it's not going to come back and haunt us. Most doctors will keep medical records until they die, until the doctor dies. Even when they retire, they take their medical records and store them up in their attic or in their basement, or they get a storage unit and store the medical records there until they die, because something could always come back on you. So you don't get rid of a medical record until you're absolutely sure that nothing legal is going to come back on you. And if you're dead, nobody can sue you. So the typical term is that how long do we keep medical records? Forever. We don't dispose of them until we're absolutely sure. A hospital like University or whatever hospital out there, they may have a rule that they keep medical records until the 10 years after the last visit. But they don't destroy those records until they're sure nothing's going to come back on them. All right. And the medical record is a legal document. So let me ask y'all this then. What do you think is best? The written record or the electronic record? Or the paper record or electronic? Which one of y'all think is best?
Paper.
Well,
Paper.
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 Paper still. Anybody say electronic?
Both are essential.
Both. Okay. Now understand that the organization is usually going to keep, typically won't have both. So the organization decides, are we going to keep paper records or are we going to keep electronic records? And the truth of the matter is there are drawbacks to both. Now, y'all can probably realize that somebody can hack your medical records. Why would somebody want to hack your medical records? Probably not yours. But what about Patrick Mahomes? The guy that just got a $500 million contract to play football. Would somebody want to hack his medical records? Maybe. Maybe there's something in there that I can sell and get money for, like a diagnosis of a bad knee. Can you imagine somebody who just got a $500 million contract and you can look in their medical record and see that, oh, they're going to need surgery on their knee? Oh, hell yeah, that might be worth a little bit of money to the tabloids and so on. So your record? No. Donald Trump's medical record? Yeah. Somebody might want to hack that and see what's in there. I remember I saw an interview with an FBI agent who said that back in the day, if somebody wanted to rob a bank, they had to get all geared up, rush in, pointing guns, yelling and screaming, and take the chance of getting caught or shot. Today, somebody can rob a bank while sitting on their couch in their pajamas. That's the drawback to all this electronic stuff out there, man. Your business is just out there. And a skilled person can hack almost anything. But now the paper record. Have y'all ever seen a paper records room? You come to me at the clinic. You step up to my desk, say, hey, how you doing? Yeah, listen, I'm going over to see a specialist over on the other side of town, and I need to get a copy of my medical records to take with me. You'll fill out a little charge out slip. I'll go back into this room, look for your medical record, come back in about 15 minutes later and tell you, I can't find it. What do you mean you can't find it? I can't find it. It's in there somewhere. Look at this mess. It's in there somewhere. That's the drawback to paper records. They get lost. I had a surgery, full heart surgery, cut my chest down the middle, opened me up as wide as they could, pulled my heart up, did surgery on me. When I went to retire from the military, I took my medical records over and I said, okay, Holmes, hook me up with my disability. There's my record. And he says, it says right here that you claim you've had heart surgery. Yep, sure did. The guy said it's not in your record. You're kidding me. There was no sign of heart surgery in my medical record. No x-rays, no labs, no surgical report, nothing. As far as that record was concerned, I've never had heart surgery. It's my medical record. It doesn't have a single word about my heart surgery in there. So I'm running around Wilford Hall trying to find some proof that I had heart surgery in order to get the disability for it. I finally had to go to cardiology department, raise my shirt, and let them take a picture of the scar down the middle of my chest. Then they had to do an x-ray to show that, and luckily for me, whenever they do a bypass surgery, they put a little metal ring around the vessels that they bypass so that you can see it on x-ray. So I was able to get an x-ray to show the 3 rings around my blood vessels, the scar down the center of my chest, and that's how I was able to get disability for the heart surgery. If it wasn't for that, and it's still not in my medical record today. So that's one of the drawbacks of medical paper records. Now, when I worked in Oklahoma, at that same place, not only the ER failed their inspection, but the record section also failed. Why did they fail? Because people were coming up to get records and they couldn't find them. Doctors were referring people over to a specialist. When the specialist gets the record, the referral from the doctor is not in there. So they weren't filing things the way they were supposed to. See, what happens in one of these rooms is that if I send you down to lab, they do the lab, then they send the report to the records section. The records takes the report and puts it in your medical record. So the next time the doctor sees me, the report will be in there. People were coming in for appointments 2-3 weeks later, and the original referral is still not, or the original lab results have still not made it to their record. So they were having all kinds of problems in that room, and it looked a lot like this one. Now, let me tell you something. If I was in charge of something and I walked into your medical records room and it looked like that, oh, we'd have to have a talk. Are you kidding me? Anyway, the person in charge of record section, they fired her. And I was in on that meeting, and we're sitting in the meeting trying to figure out what we're going to do to get this squared away. And one of the ladies in the meeting said, I think Airman so-and-so should take over the records room. And I said, excuse me, did you say Airman? Yes, Senior Airman so-and-so. She's really good, and I think she can get it done for us. And I said it again. Did you say Airman? We need an NCO in there. No, I think Airman so-and-so can get it done for us. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So that's the decision they made. And they put this young lady, Airman, in charge of a records room that looked a lot like that one and said, get it squared away. And I was forced to eat crow on that one because 3 months later, oh, that records room was squared away. Filing was being done the day stuff came in. There was no backlog or anything. She got that shit squared away and got an achievement medal for it. I was like, oh man, that was pretty cool. Until about 2 months after that, when there was a problem with the sprinkler system. And the sprinkler maintenance people had to get up in the ceiling. You know, one of those push-up ceilings, tiles. And guess what they found up there? All that paperwork that had never been filed. Young lady claimed she just wanted to, you know, get it out of the way, and then we would file it a little bit at a time as we could. And now the same lady, the one in the meeting who was saying, oh, I think Airman so-and-so should take over. Now she's in the meeting going, oh, we need to punish her. I said, no. We need to punish you. I literally said that. We need to punish you because you're the one who recommended her for that position. And yeah, we did punish the young lady. and they went after the NCO of that section as well. She was the boss over the entire section, and they went after her as well. So there are problems with paper records as well, guys. What if there's a fire in there? Happened in St. Louis. There's a place in St. Louis about a mile from where I grew up. We knew it was a military thing because they usually had some military trucks parked out there, but we didn't know what the hell they did there. It's where military people, when they retire, it's where their records go. It's called the records section or record storage. It goes to this place on Goodfellow Avenue in St. Louis, Missouri, and all the retirement records go there. They had a fire there. Destroyed thousands of medical records, military records. So now they have to go on whatever that veteran says. I was in the service for 20 years. I was in E7 when I retired because they have no other proof. They just have to say, okay. Thousands of records were destroyed by a fire in there.
Mr. Mahone,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but in cases like that, isn't it important that we do get at least a copy of our documents to hold it and save it in case in situations like this? Because like yourself, my father is a military vet, and trying to get the benefits, etc., like as yourself, they misplaced a document of his diagnosis and everything from the war as well.
Yep.
And till this day, he's still having trouble.
Yep. And my copy is right in there in the bedroom.
So as long as you have a copy of your medical records, it's okay.
Yeah. Yes. And that's why you should, especially if you're seeing the doctor for a lot of things, every couple of years, you need to go in there and get an updated copy of your medical record. Destroy the one that you did have and keep that updated copy. You should always have a copy of that. It costs you, I don't know how much it costs today. Back in the day, it was like $12 or something like that. But some places out there are charging like 10 cents a page, that kind of stuff. And if you're like me, you got one of them big, thick medical records, then yeah, that's going to cost you a little bit. Yeah, you should have a copy. And I advise everybody to. Yeah. There's a place out there where the doctor says, well, I'm going to keep this, your child's vaccination record here at the clinic. Can I get a copy of that? You know how many times we get people over that, like today, how many of y'all need to prove your vaccinations before you start your externship? And how many of y'all have no idea where to go to get the proof of your vaccinations?
Yes, me.
Now, your mama should have had a copy of that. Mama, you got a copy of my childhood vaccines? There they are, baby, right there. They over here in this little box right here. Or is my wife there in this drawer right here with all this stuff just stuffed down? I know it's in here somewhere going through years of freaking paperwork, but I promise you she'll find it. We keep copies of everything. So yes, when you get your vaccination today and you have that proof, or when you get your vaccine and you have that proof to take over to University Hospital, make a copy of that before you take it over there. I copy everything, y'all.
I got a question, Mr. Mahone. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, so more than likely sir.
Poor baby.
Yes, the Shreveport baby. So I would have to, I was born at LSU Hospital. I know that's probably where we got all the shots at, like right across the street at the Women's and Children's Clinic that's been there for years, even though it's changed. So would I have to like call them and see if they can email me some paperwork? I have to sign some stuff, wouldn't I?
Yep. You'll probably have to get a notarized thing where you go over, you call them, they'll send you the form that you need. You sign that, take it over to HEB or whatever and have them notarize it. Send that back and they'll send you your thing. It's kind of like if you need to get, they told us we need to get a copy of my daughter's birth certificate. She was born in Oklahoma. It took us about a month to actually get through that process. They send us the form, we go up and have it notarized and send it back, and then they send us the thing we want. Yeah, so you're gonna have to contact that hospital or clinic that you got your vaccines at. All right. So that is, boom, the medical records, guys. Again, we're not going to get too deep into that, into medical records, because you're going to have a whole class on that. How to write in them, how to document in them, how they're organized. In other words, what goes where in the medical record. All that's coming your way in your upcoming classes. And the reason I don't go too deeply in this is because PCTs and medical assistants will be dealing with two different types of medical records. PCTs will be handling primarily inpatient records. And
Okay, Mr. Robert.
Handling primarily outpatient records. Go ahead, Talisha.
I don't mean to interrupt, but the girl that's from Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm also from Louisiana as well.
Oh,
but
yeah, look, hey.
my daughter, actually, all of us is from Louisiana, me and my kids. But tell her she can also get her shot records from one of the health centers here, because that's what I have to do for my little girl.
Okay.
And all they'll do is just pull up her records, and they should be able to send them from Louisiana to Texas, because that's what I had to do with my daughter with getting her in school. And I actually have to do it again for my youngest daughter within the next week or so to get her in school too.
All right. So Talisha, Dee Dee, y'all can talk about that on break and stuff when you, how you actually did that, and give her some advice on how to do that.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, those are the medical records. Again, I'm not going to get too deeply into those, just the basic. And remember those two rules? What is that? That's the doggone store. Remember those two rules, guys. If you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. And if you did write it down, it happened exactly the way you wrote it. There's no arguing it later on. All right, so any questions about the medical records? It is a legal document. All right, so since Mr. Oxford is here with us right now, I'm going to go on and mention to y'all about the, Mr. Oxford, did you want to do that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, if I can borrow about 5-10 minutes of your time, sir, probably less than that. But all right, so hello class, how y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing well. Hope y'all are doing well. I was actually enjoying part of Mr. Mahone's lecture there. He taught me some things I didn't know. As Mr. Mahone shared with y'all, he's retired from the military, as am I, and everything he was telling you, please make sure you make note of it, because saving all of that kind of stuff can save you a lot of heartache in the long run. So, you know, find your designated place to put some of that stuff once you get it. I know a couple of students already brought up that they needed to get certain things for their kids and all that. And just like Mr. Mahone mentioned, we here at my house also have a dedicated file drawer for everything that we have. But anyway, so I'm not going to go back into what he was talking about. What I want to jump into real quick is Canvas. Some of you, or all of you, should have gotten an email in your email address that said something about Instructure Canvas. And some of you have already responded to it, because I saw where you had, had accepted the invitation. Some of you have not accepted that invitation yet. It still says pending. So either you had a different email on file, or I might have fat fingered it, one of the two, I'm not for sure. But what I need you to do, and you don't have to start telling me now 100%, what you can do is you can either let Mr. Mahone know, because I will probably, if he will allow me to, probably tomorrow or by Friday, log back in again and just find out. But you should be getting an email, like I said, or gotten an email that said, welcome to Instructure Canvas. Please create your login. And the reason we did that is that we're getting ready to start transitioning into doing our online classes with Canvas. And so one of the things that I have been asked to do is to start putting students who are currently attending class, to start putting them into the classroom. So I did a little work on Mr. Mahone's class yesterday with Canvas. And I also put y'all in the Canvas system. And like I said, you should have gotten probably 2 emails, one inviting you to go to Passport for Canvas, and the other one should have been going into Mr. Mahone's class. And he's showing an email right here where some of y'all have already accepted it. Savannah Wilborn, Jordan Carter, Jennifer Green, and I can't see all of his screen here, but y'all have accepted it. So that means that going forward, we're gonna start doing that. And so Mr. Mahone will probably start talking a little bit more about it next week. He will probably have you to start logging into that Canvas and start using that platform. And then at some point, you'll probably break away from the one he's currently using right now with Zoom and go into that platform. However, I will leave that to him. Now, I don't want anybody to panic over what I just said. You're going to take our time and get into it. I just wanted to briefly get in and talk a little bit about it right here today. That way you know what's going on, and then we're going to ease y'all into it. So in the next couple of weeks, be prepared to start getting into Canvas and using that as our platform for learning. Mr. Mahone's already built both of the classes that he teaches in Canvas. On my side of it, from what I can see, they look really, really good. I think y'all are going to like it a lot better than what we've been doing. Of course, what we've been doing was out of necessity. If you remember when we got hit with COVID-19 back in March, and we weren't sure what to do, we came up with, and for those of you who's ever been in his class that used the Join Me, we know that was kind of a nightmare. Mr. Mahone went out and did his Zoom to make it a little bit easier for y'all to do that. However, with that being said, we're going to try to get into Canvas, start using it, and I'm going to let him introduce more and more of it. But we're hoping that by the end of next week or the beginning of the following week, if you're still with him, that you are in Canvas and you are using it. So does anybody have, real quick, I will take a couple of questions if you have any questions on anything. Does anybody have any questions on anything?
I never received an email.
Okay, and who am I speaking with?
It's Angel Myra Riojas. I go by Angie.
Angel, okay, and what? So I'll have to double check and see what I have down. I got your email address, the one that I use that I sent it out. I remember putting you in the system, and the one I use is the one that was on file in Diamond D at the school. So I don't have it here in front of me. I don't think. Let me look. Let me double check. I don't think I have it in front of me.
Because I know the first day they contacted me because I never was able to get into Zoom, and they accidentally, there was a misspelling. So it's my first and my last name, Angelmira Riojas, Angel Myra Riojas, at Gmail, not Yahoo.
Okay, well, see, I have Yahoo. That's why right here, I just now found it. So it's Gmail.
It's gmail.com.
Okay, well, they still have, because I pulled this directly out of Diamond D and I printed it off because I can access Diamond D, which is our student information system that we use there at Quest. And so they had Yahoo. Okay, so what I will do, Angie, is right now I have you in the class, but I will take you out. I will re-put you back in and send it to that Gmail, and you will get, and Mr. Mahone had it on the screen there a few minutes ago, you will get a email that looks similar to what he showed a while ago. It says Instructure Canvas, and all you'll have to do when you see it is just set up your own password. You'll use that email address that you just gave me and in your password, and then that's where you'll get into Canvas and go forward with that. Any other questions? Thank you for clearing that up for me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I don't think you send me one either.
Okay, and who am I speaking with?
Your Dell.
Okay, I did. What have you got for yours? Hold on, let me find it. Okay, what is your email address?
It's CastileYourDell@gmail.com.
Okay, that's what I have on file, but I will go back in and I will hit resend on it, and I will make sure that I didn't fat finger it or something, but I did. That's what I have on file right here that I have in front of me. All right, any other questions?
This is Vidalia. Oh, I'm sorry.
Make sure you check your delete your junk email and spam folders too. Okay.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mahone. I appreciate that. And who was speaking? Go ahead.
This is Vidalia Perez. When you first started speaking, I was having some audio issues and got booted out, so I had to jump back in. And by the time I got back in, you were asking if anybody had questions. So I missed everything that you said, but I was able to catch that there was an email sent. I'm currently looking through my emails.
Okay, but it didn't come from me. It came from Instructure Canvas. It'll say Instructure Canvas, and if it's not in your regular email box, like Mr. Mahone was just saying, check your spam or check your extra mail right up here. If you look on his screen, he's got it up here where he's got his pointer right now where it says notifications@instructure.com. It'll say that when you see it in there in your email. So be looking for Instructure Canvas is where the email comes from.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what I did say, so I'll say this one more time. So what I did say is basically you should have received an email from Instructure Canvas asking you to create your account. And by the end of next week or the beginning of the following week, if you're still with Mr. Mahone, he's going to start transitioning you into using Canvas. That's what we were talking about. And the last thing I was going to say as I close out is don't let this intimidate you. You should have also gotten an email telling you to get into Passport for Canvas, which is the student training, and you can do it at your leisure. And when you do that Passport for student training, it shows you how to navigate. Go through it. It's kind of fun. I went through it early this morning. I went through part of it early this morning, and it kind of takes you on an adventure. It shows you how to create and how to submit your homework and how you need to navigate and how you can communicate with Mr. Mahone and how you can do all those different things. Because once you leave Mr. Mahone's class and you go to your next one, once you break out, you're still going to be using Canvas. So it's not just something you're going to use only in his class and not use it in others. This is going to be what we do going forward at Quest. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So with that said, any other questions before I turn it back over to Mr. Mahone?
Yes, sir. This is Angie again. Just out of concern of my email, do I have to contact the school to make certain that they have the correct email to correct that on my files so that way we don't have future problems with it through my rest of my classes?
Okay, so what I will do is I will see if I can change it. They gave me certain permissions. I'll see if I can do it from here. And if I can, I will change it. If not, then what I will do is I will reach out to Miss Roberts, Miss Janelle Roberts. She is our registrar there, and I'll let her know that she needs to change that from Yahoo to Gmail, and I'll get her to change it. And then what I'll do is I will shoot Mr. Mahone an email letting him know that we got it corrected. That way he can let you know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, sir.
You're welcome. Does anybody else have any other questions?
This is Vidalia again. Sorry, I wanted to know, when was this email sent? Today, yesterday?
Yesterday. It was sent yesterday.
Okay, if you don't mind possibly resending it to me, because I may have deleted it, not knowing it was from the school, because I can't find anything from
Hey, so let me make sure I got the right email address. It should be b.pettis002@outlook.com.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's where I'm going to send it to. And so, yeah, I'll resend it. It'll probably be here in the next hour or so. So we'll be watching your inbox, but it may not go there. Like Mr. Mahone said, check your spam and check your junk mailboxes as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. This is Amaro, Roxanne Amaro. I didn't receive it as well.
Okay. Do you have yours is Amaro Roxanne 210@gmail.com?
It's Amaro Roxy, ROXY 210@gmail.com.
Okay. Roxy, ROXY. Okay. Because they got Roxanne here.
Yeah, it's Amaro Roxy 210@gmail.com.
ROXY at 210@gmail.com. Okay. I'll resend yours as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Mahone, thank you so much for letting me steal some of your time. I appreciate it, sir. I'll turn it back over to you, and I'll let you go from there. But the one big thing is Miss Podge just wants to make sure that we get them transitioned and hopefully fully using it by the end of next week if possible. All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Mr. Mahone.
What?
I just got back on because my phone, my internet that I'm using, it just, my phone or whatever, and my iPad, it discharged. So are you recording today's class?
Yeah.
Can you send it to me? Because I missed a lot.
No.
Please.
No.
Oh.
Anyway, no, you didn't miss much with Mr. Oxford.
I see my name right there.
Yeah, that's your name right there. So you got the email that everybody was talking about they didn't get. You got it. So you didn't miss much with that part. And I didn't want to say this while Mr. Oxford was on, but I'm not going to use Canvas very much. It's an online teaching program. And remember what I told y'all? I don't do online classes. So I won't use it as much, but you do need to learn it because other teachers will. But as for me, I don't plan to use that a whole lot. One of the benefits of it is the part that I just showed y'all a little bit ago. One of the things that I do plan to get into is the grade sheet. Okay. When I pull it up, it shows everybody. Of course, there are no grades in there right now. But when I pull it up, it shows everybody. When you pull it up, it'll show just you. So this is the one part that I do plan to use. The rest of it, you know, they have a discussion or a, what do they call it? It's down here. Discussions, is that it? Collaborations. It's conferences right there. And they use this stuff called Big Blue Button. I don't use that. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to continue to use Zoom. So if you hear about Big Blue Button, it's the same as Zoom. But there are some points of Zoom that I like that you don't get with Big Blue Button. And there are some parts of the grade sheet that you get in Canvas that I don't like. I like my grade sheet a little bit better. But I'm going to use that part because it's a chance for you to get in and see your grades. So I'm actually going to be using 2 grade sheets, my grade sheet and then the grade sheet in Canvas. I'm only using that one so that y'all can see your grades. You can't see that with my grade sheet. You'd see everybody's grades. So that's why I can't publish my grade sheet, but I'm still going to use my own grade sheet. Canvas is a way for y'all to get in there and go, okay, let's go into this class right here, HP 102, the class we're taking right now. You go into there and you'll see there is a resources button, which gives you the textbook and the syllabus. I've already sent out the syllabus. So this program is, you know, go into infection control. You see the 2 PowerPoints we used and then the review. So pretty much what's in here is the stuff that I'm sending to you anyway. So I won't be using a lot of Zoom. This is what we're doing right now, Intro to Medical Terminology, abbreviations, root words, prefixes, chapter 1 and 2 homework pages. The stuff that I send you anyway. So it's just an area for you to go in and get this stuff on your own. But the scenario that I'm envisioning is this, guys. Mr. Mahone, where do I go to get the homework? Go into your Canvas, go into HP 101, go to the resources link, go down to medical terminology link, go down to the chapter 1 and 2 homework pages, click on that, and there you'll see the homework pages. Or I could just do what? Tell you what they are. Which one is easier? Ms. Mahone, what's the homework pages, 24 through 34? Which took longer? Saying it. This stuff right here, I think it makes for a lazy teacher. Okay. Say, well, go in there and and you can da. By the time I finish saying all of that, I could have just said pages 24 through 34. Okay. So I don't see this as something that I'm going to be using a whole lot, but other instructors will. So you do need to learn this. I think I prefer doing it the way I'm doing it right now. Emailing the stuff out every morning, and that way I know you got it. As opposed to trying to go in here and find it. And you see that everything is in there. This is where we're going next in our professional development classes. Endocrinology, orthopedics, muscular and skeletal system. So these are all the subjects we're covering and the order in which we're covering them. So then when we're going into next is the professional development part. So that is, boom, that's Canvas, okay? And if I go to my dashboard or to my courses, you see I have 2 courses, HP 101 and 102. So we'll go into whichever one you're looking for. HP 101, Anatomy and Physiology. The next module we'll do, the one that some of y'all have already done. Click to enter, and there are all the classes. The resources will always give you the syllabus for the class and the textbook. And then everything we covered last module in the order we covered them in. So that is Canvas. Is it a big deal? No. Is it simple to navigate around once you kind of figure out what to do? Yes. So don't panic about Canvas. It's not any major changes to anything.
Hold on.
Okay, hold up. Okay, all right. So anyway, when you keep hearing about Canvas over the next couple of weeks, guys, don't panic. It's a simple program. Everything is right there for you. You can go in and find stuff if you want to. Me, myself, I prefer to just send it out. So there's nothing in there that I'm not sending to you every day we have class. Somebody else had a question? Yes.
Are the quizzes on there as well?
That's another issue. The quizzes are, I don't like the way they do it. Okay. I would have to go in there and retype all of these tests. Yeah, remember the quizzes, what my dashboard looked like in quizzes? All of these tests. I would have to go in there and retype all of those, question for question. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna continue to do quizzes. The difference is that when you're in Canvas, if I put the test in here, then when you take the test, it'll put your grade automatically into the grade sheet. Or I can just go in the grade sheet like I do now and type the grades in there. I would rather do that than try to go back and retype all of those tests that I originally typed into quizzes. So there are some positives to Canvas. There are some negatives to Canvas. The negatives I won't use. The positives I will. I won't retype all of those tests. I'll just go up and put the grades in the grade book myself. And I don't need Canvas to auto load that into your grade sheet for me. I'll do it myself. I'm doing it right now anyway. So anyway, that is, so don't panic as they're talking about Canvas and we're going to be rolling out Canvas and we're going to be doing this with Canvas and da-da-da. Don't panic about that. It's a simple thing. And it's probably what your kids are going to be using. Because a lot of teachers, a lot of schools are opting to go with Canvas and that big blue button thing. And let me tell you about the big blue button conferences. Those are going to be going away in a couple months. So they're telling me that you need to start using, or you should start using big blue button, but in a couple months, we'll probably be going back to Canvas. No, I just stay on Canvas. That's okay. So the good news is that they've given the teachers the option. You can use this, you can use a part of it, you can use the whole thing, whatever. But since y'all are this is y'all's first class, you're going to need to learn how to use Canvas while you're with me. And then when you get to the other instructors, you'll know kind of where to go to get things and what they're talking about. But for me, I just won't use it a whole lot. Sorry. So don't panic when you hear Canvas. Nothing's going to happen like spur of the moment type thing. You'll have plenty of training and that type of stuff and instruction on how to get in here and find things. And for me, for the first couple classes, we're going to do just enough that you'll know how to get in there and find things, but I'm not going to let Canvas run my class for me. That just makes for lazy teachers. All right. So that being that, guys, we're about 4 minutes over time. So we're going to go on and end the class now. Go ahead, and I recommend you start on that chapter 1 homework. Tomorrow we'll look at a little bit of chapter 2 homework, but it's all the same stuff. And most of the chapters are going to be pretty much the same thing. Working with word parts, building medical terms for homework and that kind of stuff. So go ahead and get started on that chapter homework. Look at each section, see if there are any questions you have about a section so that you can ask that tomorrow during class. Tomorrow we're going to be doing chapter 2 in the textbook. We're going to be testing on chapter 1 and 2 together. So that'll be one test. As far as the infection control bloodborne pathogens test, make sure you're studying for that, getting ready for that. Remember, you need to try to get that done by tomorrow night because it closes at noon on Friday. So try to get that done. Read that review sheet, get that stuff into your memory, go in and take that test. All right. So if there are no questions, then we'll go on and end the meeting for today. Anybody?
Mr. Miho.
Go ahead.
Hey, is there any kind of way, like I was trying to get the just send the stuff, but how can you send me the instructions through my email, please, so that I can send the homework and stuff to you?
Instructions on what?
How to send it?
How to send it? Write it
Yes.
on a piece of paper. Take a picture of it. Send it to me.
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Always
Thank
send it. Always send through email. So simply put, you know what? Let me go into here.
Mariana, too loud. You're gonna have to
Inbox.
go in another room. Mackenzie, move.
Here,
Move,
how
please.
you send your homework? There it is, right there.
Okay.
Send that.
Get back.
This is Yordell's homework. Wrote the page number.
Okay.
Wrote down the stuff. Took a picture of that. Sent it to me.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
also,
Move. I can't do it all. Move.
You could also, if you wanted to type all this out and then email me the document, you can do that too.
Okay.
So if you're good in Microsoft Word and you just rather just sit down and type everything up and email that to me, you can do that.
Yes, sir.
But most people do it this way.
Okay. Too many of y'all at one time. I can't hear her.
Any other questions? Does anybody want me to send you the electronic textbook? This one right here, the one I've been using.
Yes, sir, I do. Will you?
Say what?
I do. Did you send me that?
Yes, I will. All right. As a matter of fact, I'll just send it to everybody. I'll just put it in the email.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll attach it to today's video. So you'll get the video along with the electronic textbook today. I'll send that out like that. And remember, you're going to have to download this to really be effective in using it. Any other questions? All right, we'll see y'all
I'd
tomorrow
like to
morning.
know, Mr. Mahone, I'd like to know which email the syllabus or the resources that you had sent out, because I can't seem to find them. I have like the pathogens and the Microsoft Words that are attached to the group intros, but I don't seem to find the resources.
V Perez 2002 at outlook.com.
Yes, 002. Yes, that's correct.
So everything that I'm sending out comes to that email.
Okay.
So again, check your folders, your spam folders, your junk email, that type of stuff. If you're getting the email from me every morning, then yeah, that's the one I'm using.
Okay. So they should be attached within there somewhere in those emails, correct?
Yeah, they're in there somewhere. And remember what I told y'all at the beginning, guys. Go over here, create you a folder over here, and date it, name it, whatever. If you go around right there, it says new folder. Create a new folder, name it what you want it to be. 817 class. Matter of fact, I don't have one, so I'll go ahead and do that. And everything you get in relation to my class, you take it and you drop it in that folder. Just a matter of dragging over and dropping it in. And if you delete something by accident, go into your deleted item folder, and there's everything that you've deleted so far. If you want to reinstate it, take it and drop it back to your inbox or into the 817 folder or wherever you want it to go. So if you delete something by accident, remember, there's nothing that goes off of this computer or off your device. It all goes into the deleted items folder. Go in there and you can usually find it in there. All right. Any other questions? Okay, if you think of any, we'll be in class tomorrow. So I'll see y'all tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We'll be covering